In this video series, I'm going to show you step by step on how to build an in-ground swimming pool so you can do it yourself or you and your company. I am Jonathan Porticalian, owner of Wetscapes Fiberglass Pools, alongside my older brother Jared. This is going to be an extremely in-depth build series. There's going to be a lot of real footage, POV shots, so I can show you guys real deal when it comes to building a swimming pool and all of the details that nobody else will show you. Along with that, you'll get to know us personally as a company and how we operate as a team. If you are a homeowner watching this build, welcome to the video. And if you are a business owner looking to add a pool company division to your existing business or start a brand new company, whether it be fiberglass or vinyl, I can help you. I will give you the roadmap, the tools, the processes, systems that you need to build a fiberglass swimming pool project, vinyl liner swimming pool project, start to finish, and all of the business knowledge as well. Now, if you are a DIYer looking to save some money to build your own swimming pool, watch this series, and also I have a special program to coach you as well. Click the link in the description. It's my website. It'll take you to the mentor program and show you the overview of what the whole thing is. And below that video, there's another link, and it will take you to schedule a call with me. And we'll get on the phone, talk about your project, talk about your company, and we will get you guys on the right path. All right, guys, if this video gets 20,000 likes, I'm gonna do something super special, and I'm going to fly out to wherever you are for 3 days, and I'm gonna offer my time free and help you build your project, whether it's a company or whether it's a DIY project. I'm gonna train your guys, or I'm gonna help you build your swimming pool. Now, to enter to win that, there's going to be a link in the description with an email list, just a name, phone number, and email. And you also have to be subscribed and of course like the video. This is a huge opportunity for you guys to get me to come out there for a few days for free. So like the video, 20,000 likes, subscribe, fill out the info below. I know it's been a long intro. Let's get to work. All right, guys, we got the excavation of the build. First step we're going to start is scrape all of our sod and get our elevation set. So what we've decided here, according to the plans, is we're coming off this slab. We're going all the way out. We're doing 3 feet of concrete. We're still undecided on how much concrete they want, so we're gonna go extra what they plan on. We were only contracted to do 3 feet, but just as in case, we're gonna go ahead and scrape the sod anyway. Now, this is a very flat yard, so what we're gonna do is build this slab up about 6 inches off the slab, the existing slab. That way everything water-wise goes away from it, because the last thing we want is water coming in on our slab and in our pool. So on top of that, we got our heights. So we got about 2 to 3 inches of gravel at all times, and if we scrape this sod, we'll have plenty of room for that. So that's the first step before we start excavating. Now, one thing we're going to keep in mind when we're doing this is making sure that the grade is all the same all the way across. This is very important because we want it to be very clean before we start laying out our dig. So James is going to finish here, and then we're going to go ahead and mark out our entire layout for our dig and start the initial dig. The main reason we want to do this is we don't want to have to come in here and clean up sod, scrape sod. It's just a lot of hassle, it's a lot more work, and in some confined spaces you can't. It's too tight, so you got to do it by hand or with a little ride behind, and that's ridiculous. You might as well do it all first, get your heights established, and then proceed. So with that being said, let's get this sod scraped, and then we're going to lay it out. All right, everyone, James finished up. We're gonna go ahead and mark out. A lot of this pool build is gonna be POV shots, so that works the best for me to get this all filmed. So most people enjoy it, but this is kind of the real deal life of building a swimming pool. So I don't have a big production or anything like that. You know, I'll do the best I can, get the best shots. But anyway, so 5 foot is our swimming pool. I'm gonna go 2'8". It's almost 3 foot. It's actually, yeah, 32 inches is my dig. So 32 inches. I'm gonna go ahead and stake my 5 foot because I want that to be accurate with my pool, and then everything else is gonna come off of it. So I'm gonna put the line on the outside with the patio. Well, there's many ways you can do this, but this is how we do it. I mean, you know, there's 100 ways to set up lines and all that, but you guys kind of get the gist of it all, you know? Leave that one for this side. I'm gonna go ahead and throw this one down for our mark. We'll use this later established line for when we set the walls. So if we go 5 foot off of that, and then to make this precise, 8'9". So that's gonna be 13.9 measurement. Hold me on the concrete here. Okay. 32. All right, go ahead, James. Go down there, grab a can of paint, and paint this line. It's been a while since we've done a big old pool like this. So 20 foot plus 32 inches. You know, I'm just gonna make it easy. Okay, let go.
32, if it's 20 foot wide, we need 2 feet on either side.
Okay, grab that stake to your right. I got it. Just hold the line. Yeah, it is kind of a pity you gotta go so far back on vinyl. So if you do fiberglass, you know, it's just a foot, but the way it is, you got the turnbuckles, you want plenty of room. Not too much room, because you got gravel you gotta think about. But so 17.3 is the measurement. I don't think this is gonna wanna hook. Hold me on the edge of the slab. Got it. 17 foot. Okay. All right, we're gonna do the 6, 8, 10 square method here. I was trying to do a bigger one, but I got off my numbers, so. I did it wrong. Go back. That should be 8. I gotta go 6. Okay. Here we go. I got it this time. Okay, we gotta go back about an inch or 2. Perfect. That's where I want it. All right. Now that we got that. All right, we are all laid out. Everything's marked 32 inches bigger than everything. So we're ready for the dig. Now we're gonna set our heights, set the transit on. So we've already got our initial height, which is off that slab. And so our panels are 42 inches. All right guys, either way, either me or Jared will be digging, but this is pretty simple. If you have a good excavator, you know, he's gonna do a good job for you guys. But pretty much we want our walls really clean and straight on this dig. On a fiberglass, if you guys watch any number of my videos, they don't have to be exact. So we want it nice and straight, just so everything stays accurate. And it's very important that everything does. So, you know, we've got just a really clean dig. Because this is out on fiberglass builds, you know, you've got slope and the shell cape slopes in the middle and all that, so it's not that big a deal, you know what I mean? Hey James, get on the transit so I know where I'm at. guys are looking for someone to teach you step by step how to build swimming pools, I'll teach you vinyl liner and I'll teach you fiberglass. There's a link below to give you the roadmap on how to build a complete project, start to finish, and a pool company. So there's no one on the internet doing this, and I want to be that guy that help you and train you and give you that roadmap to build that pool company and build a 7-figure pool company. Alrighty, here we go. Gonna get these heights dialed in. I got my edge dug there. We're gonna later come in here with the skid steer and dig this out, do a final grade. We're gonna dig a ramp, but we want to get, you know, dialed in where we need to be, obviously, with this. All right, we're about midway through the first dig, and it looks really rough right now. And what I'm doing is I'm getting Jared close. He's gonna go a little bit low, maybe a little bit high, a ½ inch, maybe an inch, roughly. The biggest thing you want to watch out for is the first 3 feet. That's where we're going to be setting the panels. That's the most important. The rest in the middle can be mediocre all the way up until we get to the shallow end. But I'm going to get them close. We're going to get all the way dug here. And then I'm going to show you what we do next. I'm going to take the skid steer in. We're going to dig a ramp out. And we're going to come in and really smooth this thing out really nice. But there's some things to that as well that are very specific, and I want to show you guys how we do it to be very efficient. Guys, we are done with the dig, got the ramp put in, and first thing we're going to do is just get this thing completely scraped flat. We're going to be putting 3.5 inches of concrete on the shallow end and on the deep end. For the deep end, it's not going to matter, we're going to over dig it, but for the shallow end, we're going to have to get this thing completely done, marked out, deep end done. I'm going to do it last, and we're going to do like a sink in dig, and I'll show you that later. But the first goal here is to get everything flat. I've got my marks everywhere I want them. Where the dig is inconsistent, I just hit those orange marks, and that's gonna get me exactly what I need. So while I'm doing that, James is gonna come around on the edge. The goal here is to get everything pushed in, that's loose, and then everything spotless on the sides. We want it perfect. We just don't want to do any cleanup while you know, while the pool walls are going in and all that. So let's get to it. About the center because it's all getting redug out with the for the deep end, but everything else, like just the sides, will all get exactly where we need it within a little bit of variance. You know, I'm not going to spend the time to do it exactly because it's not, I don't know, it's not really worth it as far as time goes. I get it really close, like really close. And then the rest, the concrete will take care of. You know, I don't mind a little concrete getting under the forms at all. It's part of the deal with that. You definitely don't want any gaps under there, but hey, go ahead and push everything in on the sides, all the loose stuff. We've got this marked out where we want it. So we've got our square points, everything's measured off the house. We've got it squared, and then we just leveled down and then strung our line down here, strung our line down the side, and then marked it. And what I did, for me it works, is I paint the line on the inside of the line. So I come with a shovel, I'll show you guys tomorrow, but we're gonna come and cut this whole line all the way down to the shallow end. That's the shallow, this is the deep. We're doing a 6 by 10, 5 foot away for the slopes, gives us enough for the concrete. We've learned with the concrete mix we use, we do 5 feet. We've done less and it doesn't work very well at all. So this is all experience, so if you do exactly what I'm telling you, it works really well. But then we'll cut all this all the way around, and then we'll start digging, and I will start digging directly down, straight down here, 5 foot, which is the mark. And then we'll begin our excavation, start sloping it all, cutting all that in by hand and with the excavator, dropping the dirt behind us, hauling it out, getting it all done. So that's the plan for tomorrow, to wrap up the excavation part of this build series. So I'll see you guys in the morning. All right, real quick guys, I'm coming out with a brand new training program next spring of 2025. This is an insane in-depth series on how to build an in-ground swimming pool project. Now, if you guys get in early right now, there's a link below. Sign up, just email, name, phone number, and get onto the pre-buy list. You don't have to enter your credit card, nothing. I'm gonna be shooting out an email blast when this comes out, and I'm gonna give you guys a massive discount for being the first ones there. Go check it out. Now let's get back into the video. All right, everyone, welcome to day 2. We're ready to dig. Laser, turn it on. Got a little water seeping in. That's always fun. So I'm gonna be in the excavator today. Here is to dig straight down until we hit our point, and then when we hit our point, we can start shaving out the walls. For some reason, some people do this after the walls are in, and I'll never know why. I think it's crazy. You can square all your lines up, you don't need to do that. So I don't know. When you're done, get a 6 foot level. And then get 2 more stakes. Like I said yesterday, what James is doing over here is cutting in all the edges. That way we have a clean line of when we cut this whole thing out, it's clean there, it doesn't break off and chip. And that way when we set our forms, it's really nice, and we have a good good spot to put our forms on. Start hauling dirt out.
Now we don't think back the stuff.
Nah, haul dirt. Gotta keep him, gotta have this dirt get hauled out constantly. At least while we get the bulk of this dirt out anyway. Now you guys know why we didn't worry about cleaning that up, because you know it's just gonna get all nasty. So. really precise. I gotta check my heights in a second. So I'm gonna go ahead and put a 5-foot mark here, stake, so I know where my dig is. I'm gonna string a line across all the way. I'm gonna string it here in a little bit, but the idea of this is to get a line all the way across so I can level down and get an exact measurement for my deep end. So we want all this to be exactly, because we're putting about 2 inches of concrete on the walls, so there's no room for air with 2 feet, with 2 inches, and so everything needs to be done exactly. So right now this transit is set for 42 at the bottom, which is our panel. So we gotta be at 8 foot, so 4'6", and we wanna be 8 foot, so it'd be 4 more 6 to get 8'6". All right, and that's what we want. So it'd be 5 foot in total. So we got 42 plus 6 inches, make it 4. That'd be 4'6". Add 6 for gravel and plumbing. So we're gonna go 5 foot on top of this. I'm measuring everything from the top of this laser. I'm gonna mark it right there. That's our deep end. That'll give us plenty of room for rock and all kinds of room for stuff. So if I just look at our line and and then the paint and guess, if I go straight down, I'm not even close. I'm, you know, 1.5 feet off. So we gotta do some more carving here. Ideally, having 3 guys do this is better, but you know, you only got what you got right now, and we can do 2. It's fine. We've done this long enough, but it is what it is. Just hope we don't. This dirt is really horrible. It's just like a nasty muck that it gets really wet and mushy, and it's not good for pools, that's for sure. Go ahead and check and see where we're at. Nope. Nope. So I'm just gonna put a gas line right here for my excavator. I'll mark it. A lot of this is with experience, you know. I don't claim to be the best operator out there, but you know, we do know what we're doing, so. deeper than that. All right, we want to mark our line here. Just kind of do a guess. Guess where it's at. Ugh. Gosh, I'm way off. All right, we still gotta go down a lot. So I think I pretty much got close to where I want down there. We're just gonna go ahead and just get a lot of this big stuff out of here. Kind of carve the walls a little bit. Well, paint's in my way. All right, I think we got it. We'll see here in a second. Yeah, we're close. I actually thought I was too deep, but I'm not that much deeper. I am right here in the center. That's fine. That should be my pool right there. So this right here might need to be shaved a little bit. But other than that, we're looking good. So as a one-man operation right now, while he's moving dirt, I'm gonna do a couple of things to help run this. So one is I'm gonna hook 5 foot right here, so I know where the deep end is after I dig it up. I'll just butt it, it's close enough. That way that's gonna really help me on locating, because I wanna go straight down, but no more over. I don't wanna cut into my hillside. So, we're good there. I'm gonna start cutting out this side, and we just continue. It's just a matter of this whole process, matter of shaping and cutting, and those are all just, we're using square point shovels, and I got a flat one I'll show you. That's even flatter, straighter. But for the most part, it's pretty simple in the fact that you just dig it. All right, we got the majority of this dug. To start here, we're gonna go ahead and just shave up all these edges a little bit. Just kind of come in here and shave it. This dirt's actually really nice, to be honest. I'm not gonna go crazy with it. I'm just gonna get to like this top section, because we still got to get our 5 foot, and I dug kind of a swell right there, I think. So if that's the case, then I should be good. Ah, woo. This sucks, man. Dang, dude. Oh, you're so freaking gross. Yeah. Up. Man, groundwater stinks. Dang, dude. Look at this mess.
I won't wait for that until after.
What's it gonna matter? This water just gonna be puddling up anyhow.
Yeah, but then if I get it.
Let it be free. Geronimo. Oh yeah. Okay, let's get our heights established here. Okay, there's our height. Yeah, it's all right. Dang, I thought this was too deep. Huh. Guess not. Cool.
You just gotta measure out from this line to where 6 feet is.
Okay. Come over here and hold my tape, please. There's 5 foot at 5 foot's over here.
Does it stay? To the edge of the hole.
Edge of the hole. Okay. So I think all of this right here is pretty good because our line comes up to here. So I know that would be the only thing.
As long as that top line's good.
So if I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, okay, that needs to come out.
Oh, this all needs to come out.
And then a little bit of this right here for sure. Ugh, dang it, dude. All this needs to come out. So,
What you done early?
right there. Huh? So yeah, that's our initial take on it.
Use the excavator, or are we gonna do this open hand?
I'm gonna hit this with the excavator. You can start shoveling this side down. Like, all right, tell me that paint again. I think, yeah, like for sure from here. I think like right there. That needs to come off probably like 2 inches down here, like 3 or so. And then we need to like get all this cleaned up and then get that corner shaped a little bit. All right, so we got some basic measurements here. That down there is our height. We need to shave a little bit off there, and then we need to shave a little bit off here and here as well, and this corner. It always looks good from the top, but when you get down there, you can really see everything just kind of swell up. And when we do concrete, we want this entire thing to be dead on straight. You don't want to shape your concrete, you know, like that on your walls. You want them straight. Some guys, they just splatter the mud and let the liner stretch, but that's not how we do it. So that's what we're gonna do. He's gonna like sharpen a shovel or whatever, and I'm gonna start scraping this face a little bit. So what I like to do is work from one side to the other. Jared's got his way of doing it, but this is how I like to do it. That way, you know, we can, I start the back, I get most of the back done, and then I'll come to the sides, one side or the other, and get that done. And so what I'm doing here is I'm gonna create this ramp so we know where we're at, and so we know where we're aiming, you know, because like anything else, if you don't know what your goals are, you don't know what, you're just going into a blind, so. Okay.
tried finding them.
We didn't have any more. They were the most bent ones we had. Here, give me the transit receiver stick thingy.
What?
Huh?
What'd you say?
Nothing. We'll just mark it right there because we got.
Inches up.
Yeah, I know.
Or was it? Or 6 inches?
It's really less. It's like right here. That's the dig.
Yeah, we're in your
Okay, guys, this is gonna get us our where we need, which I knew is a lot. Alright, this is good. Here. That's our line. So we didn't dig as deep as we had thought, but we're looking good though. Alright, so this is the shape. We do have a little more water issues on this corner. We do have a tad bit of a divot there and there, a little deeper than I'd like, but that's kind of the pattern right there. We're good to go on this, on the angles, on the slope. And so now what we're gonna do is James is gonna excavate, start getting all this cleaned up. And then when he gets cleaned up, I'm gonna kind of move out of here, scrape some of this back, and then we're gonna come in here and get this whole thing cleaned up. And then we're gonna put number 8, which is a 3/4 minus crushed rock. We have one load delivered already. We're expecting another one. We don't want to put anything smaller in there, but that should be enough. That'll give us, we're actually deep here on this section, or we'll be a lot deeper once we clean all this muck out. It'll give us probably like a foot almost of rock. That way it gives us plenty of room for filtration, and the water can be under there and it's not going to keep eroding. That's our biggest concern right now, is that these pockets where the water's coming in right here, it's going to want to keep eroding and eroding up until we get the liner in about 2 weeks. So we just want to make sure we're mitigating that as much as possible. All right, we got this shallow end kind of touched up. Now we're going to start doing this deep end and the slope. So we're going to go ahead and pull this pump out, and then we're just going to go in there and just scrape up every single thing that's loose and just get it all cleaned up. I'm gonna kind of eye where this line is and then dig to where those lines are to get my depth. It's not a foolproof system, but it works well. All right, guys, we're finally done. This did take us a little longer than usual because we had some other stuff going on, but normally this is a 2-day dig for us. This is a big pool. This is 20 by 40, 8 foot deep. So there's a lot to it, and there's pretty much just me and James most of the time. So you kind of take that into consideration. So let's talk about the final details of what we did here. So you guys seen how we went and did the sides. It's just very important that those are just really done accurately, because I've done it to where, you know, sometimes you just miss a little bit of dirt, and this is talking about personal experience. So you want to make sure that that's carved right and everything is on point. So we're gonna go extra, making sure our lines are down to the ground here, making sure it's down a little lower down there. That way when we pick the line up for our grade, and this gets picked up because it goes to the bottom of the pool line, which you'll see on the next video, that'll give you some variance for the concrete. So we came down here, we've got everything. We had to probably build up a foot of rock. I dug out a lot of extra, which worked out because there was just a ton of mud down here. So we've got a solid base now. We do have water. There's water dripping in on the sides, on the corner. That's gonna end up just wanting to erode, but it is what it is. We'll just have to shovel it out later. We do have our little notch for our pipe. We got a little dugout a little deeper up there, so when we set the forms, it's about, you know, 4-inch form. So the PVC will need to go up and in, and then we will plumb it over, and this will give us an opportunity to get this centered. And you guys will see that when the plumbing comes, why we did this a foot, because there's a reason for that too. We already took the stakes out because we got our grade right, everything has been done, so we don't need to put that in yet. We're gonna wait until the pool's up and the concrete's poured, everything's done, before we come in here and get our exact measurements, because this has to be dialed in. When we set this liner, we want everything perfect, and it's very important that it is perfect. So keep that in mind as well. So if you know, that video is going to be out, it's probably 5 or 6 down the line as far as when we get this staked in here and this finished grade. But I wanted to make sure that all this gravel got in here first before the walls, because it's just a lot of work if not. So we just eliminated a lot of work. Now this whole thing's done, this corner's done. The corners will get you got to watch out for that. So making sure they're shaved properly. The sides always kind of seem to get you a little bit. And just making sure everything is according to measurements. Double check your sides. Don't overcut, all right, because you don't want that, your wall hanging in the air. It can hang in the air just a little bit, because when you come in and do your concrete, that'll help support it slightly, you know. The rest is being held in by the turnbuckles. But we want to make sure when these forms are on and concreted that there's concrete all the way around it, underneath of it. It's very rare that we'll get a dig that's perfect, where all the forms set, you know, perfectly. Now this dig is pretty good, but you know, anything that doesn't get on tight to the ground will get compensated for. We'll use concrete for that compensation. So all right, you guys, here we are laying out the panels ready to set and make this pool come to life. So we've got all these parts are from Hydra. We switched companies from Latham to Hydra, so it's gonna be an honest review actually on these panels. It'll be the first time setting these, so that'll be something you guys get to kind of see first take on it. I've actually looked at some of the corners and I really don't like them already, but overall I like this style of panel. It's a polymer panel. It works really well. I hate the fiberglass, to be honest. I just don't like them at all. These ones just are really nice to deal with. So we've got all of our turnbuckles, panels. We're ready to go. We're going to start unwinding all of these things. The goal here is to get these things pretty much spun out to where there's about 1.5 inches or so left here. It's just kind of midway. That way when we break them and set them, it's got a good point to set on the panel. And that's kind of something that we've learned over the years. So that works for us. But we're going to go ahead and get these panels laid out, and then we're going to get into the setup. All right, y'all, the panels are laid out where they need to go. We've got 2 skimmers over there. Got our 6s. We got some extra 2s we're throwing in here on the end. It makes it a little easier to set up when they didn't have a 6-foot panel. So we've got 2s, and then we've got everything lined up here on this side as well. So it's the end of the day. We're gonna pick up where we left off tomorrow morning. All right, everyone, we got all the panels laid out, turnbuckles laid out where we want them. We're gonna begin assembling. We're probably gonna start here at the deep end, start at the corner, and we're gonna get this thing started. So for tools that I'm using right now, kind of go over that, is we've got our fine tool, because we're gonna have to cut some of these corners. I've already expressed I didn't like that. I got my drill with about a 1/2 inch 5/8 bit, and then I've got my square. I've got a couple clamps, of course my salt for hydration. I got my impactor with I think it's 9/16, yeah, 9/16 hex head. I've got a little wrench, tape measure, pencil. So that's pretty much the basics. Actually, I do need a hammer, so I'm gonna grab that. But it's pretty simple setup. Of course, we've got our stakes, our string line. I know I haven't gone too much into tools in this series, but you know, it's kind of obvious when you get into it. I guess I could do a whole tool video, but we'll touch more on that later. Or if you guys need some help, just let me know in the comments. Start cutting off the corner here, James. Yeah, the nodes, man. Let's get going here and get it later. We got one done. Well, I do them all. Let me see how this is gonna work. This is so stupid. Did I say that already? We used to do fiberglass panels. We had to do this, and it really sucked. And then when we found the polymer panels, we're like, dude, these notches go together? We're like, what? We're like, yes! And then It was going good up until Jared decided he wanted to change it. Now here we are. That's a good point, because that's how the other ones were.
It's exactly how the other ones were.
No, they had knobs, because right here you gotta have the knobs on them.
Huh?
You have to have the knobs on this side.
But either way, it doesn't matter. You add a little extra plastic, you take away a little plastic, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't see what's so hard. What, they can't...
And even then, and you know what? You don't necessarily need the knob. You just have to line that side up. You know what I mean? Like, that could be the stupid part. But having to cut them off, like literally making your plastic, you have to cut off nodes. So you can put
Yeah, like, what, I guess they don't have a machine that drills these corners? I don't know, dude. We're just talking about the engineering part of this. It's like...
They literally created the machines for these. They could have been like, hey, for the corner, we need something.
Yeah, what are they, I mean, like, what are you too broke to buy the machine or something? I don't know. What does that even mean? I don't even know. Nothing makes sense here. Nothing makes sense. Whatever. Is what it is, boys. Maybe one of you guys know why. But, you know, it's like Alpha One, we used to do their walls. They never had any kind of lock system. And I was like, dude, those ones were horrible. And it took forever. We're gonna set all these walls in less than an hour. It took us like 3 hours to do. If you have to clamp them all together and drill them, it takes like 3 hours or so, which is crazy. And so that's why we loved Latham's. And then just the lock system in general is great. But, you know, is what it is. Okay. I'm gonna line up the bolts. They should line up good. All right, we're just gonna start assembling these corners. We've got them all cut with the fine tool or multi-purpose tool. We're gonna start with the second one down, because we gotta put our turnbuckle up there so you don't waste the time to put a bolt in, and then you got to take it back out. So I'm gonna get the best shots possible with this POV shot, and hopefully they'll line up with the way the bolt patterns are. We're gonna snug it up right there. We'll go same thing here at the bottom, because the turnbuckle's got to go down there as well. Bottom good, James? It looks good down here. Huh? Just gotta go out. Right there. I didn't really squeeze it that well, but top's a little high here. Yeah. It's flush. Flush on the inside? Yeah, right there. There we go. Corner set. Ain't going nowhere. All right, so we've got one angle on. We're gonna go to the next one here to keep it supported. Switch me. It's pretty much a rinse and repeat process, guys. This is not very complicated, to say the least. There's gonna be problems that arise, like certain things. Bolts are gonna get stuck, so I got my wrench to help with that. If it doesn't want to thread right, then I use my crescent wrench or channel locks, whatever you have, and use that. We're using one washer on each side, one bolt. They send a ton of washers. I don't know why, but it's just what they do. Hold on. You had it before. Good? No, right there. Hold on. No, the bottom is... Bottom's got to go out? No, right there. Okay. Right there. You got to... It's probably enough. It's got to go back in. That was good. Yeah, the corner is good. Down there, it's good. It's just going out. No, the
it's
bottom.
still going out.
So yeah, it's because of the middle. These middle panels are a tad warped. That's all right. It's not the end of the world. If we can get it to bow in, flex in, we will. But
Water will push it.
water will push it. Yeah, right. All right, next one. All right, so we're gonna continue on and just do this 2 bolts all the way around. One from the top, one from the bottom, and we're just gonna do this entire thing. And then I'm gonna show you. It gets big here, so we're gonna have to support that. I'll show you that in a minute, but we're gonna keep going on and get this thing bolted together. So when we get to these bigger panels, I'm gonna put this bolt in, fit it, snug it up. James is gonna be the one to get on the other end, on the wrong side. I always want them on the end. Go up, and then I'm gonna fit it in here, just like that. Actually, what on earth happened? Look at that. Unbelievable. Give me the fine tool. It warped.
They are warped.
No, I warped it. It bent it right here. When I went to torque it in and it didn't fit, it bent that. So, yeah, it's kind of annoying. Okay. Fit it in first. All right, go up. There we go. There we go. There, it's good there. You guys also want to make sure that the holes are down on all these panels. That means they're correct. If they're the other way, they're upside down. And those holes we're going to drive stakes in later, so I'll show you that as well. But very important that that's down. Those are important step of the process. Doing this by yourself is a bear, so 2 people is needed for sure. That's one thing great about these notch system is it rests in there. You can imagine not having those. We want to keep this thing online as much as possible. That way when we go to do our adjustments, everything is pretty close to where it needs to be. And we're not just throwing this up and then it's all jacked up.
You need a new bit.
Yeah, we're gonna need a new one. New everything here. So that's our hole we're gonna set. We're gonna get everything right on our edge. Of course, we've got our height line here. That's actually the pool. So we have to drill. That's the other thing I didn't like about these panels is I like the ones that centered 3 foot. So I've got a turnbuckle every 3. A lot of people only do 1 every 6 feet. And I used to do that, but I found out that with experience that it just doesn't work well. So this is why we do it. But we're gonna go ahead and put this in right here. I'm gonna put a washer on that because that's a big hole. probably drill a smaller hole as well. That gives us plenty of room to play around with it. This is only temporary, just so we can keep this thing from shifting on us. That's the goal here. There we go. That should be fine. I can even go ahead and put another one just right here. Just to keep it from, you know, going anywhere. No issues right there. That way, every 20 feet, you know, we're in the middle here, we're supported, ready to go. These panels will have a tendency to kick in and out when you're picking them up. So what we're doing here is we'll make sure that both these bolts are in at the very least. Depending on, you know, you can play that by ear, just whatever works, but sometimes, not all the time. You know, we'll just have to throw it in to kind of snug it up. All right, go ahead, switch over, or actually go over there, pick up the corner. Perfect. Just like that. Done. That's it. We'll get some string lines. We're gonna start setting up string lines for the corners and get this thing set here. We're gonna get a skill saw. We're gonna cut shims, and then we're gonna get the laser set up. All right, the first step after we get everything, our string lines on, laser and all that, is we're gonna go ahead and get this thing squared as much as possible. We've got our line there, so we know where that's at. We got our deep end here, so this is pretty close. So we're really close where that's at there. And then we're gonna go ahead and get all of our heights. We're gonna cut shims and all that, and we're gonna set our height exactly where it needs to be. And then we'll come back and square the inside. We're gonna square the base, not the top. It's very important. So that's every step here is calculated. Every step and everything we do is for a reason. This is step 2 of the process, and if you guys are already thinking this is overwhelming and you can do most of it, but you're not 100% on some stuff, I've got a special package that I do for my DIY guys and girls that I will help you, walk you through your pool project. If you're trying to save, you know, 10, 20, 30 grand on your project, and you say, I'm gonna do it myself, I'm pretty good with my hands, but some of the stuff I need walk through, I've got a special mentor package, I call it, and I'm going to walk you through the whole process. We'll get on calls. And also, if you guys are starting a business and you want to build vinyl liner or fiberglass swimming pools, build the pools and build the business, I've got a mentor package for you guys as well, and the link is below. You guys will check that out, and it'll show you everything that I'm doing there. Nobody else is doing this. Nobody's gonna teach you and show you their knowledge on pool business. The pool business is very, very weird in some areas because people are just, they don't wanna tell you information. And so I've made it to where that I'm gonna coach you and mentor you the entire business. You know, it doesn't hurt me to train somebody 2-3 states away. And not only that, we get to train quality people to do quality work, which is lacking in this industry. So you guys know what to do. Go check that out, and we're gonna get back to work. Ugh. There we go. It's pretty close. All right, guys, what I'm gonna do while I'm waiting on shims, I'm gonna go ahead and get our supports in. So I like to hold these bottoms in with the stake so it doesn't move. So this panel is 3 3/4. I'm gonna go ahead and go 3 3/4. And that's 4 1/4. So this bottom's got to go out. About a 1/4 inch. She's right about there. So if we go right there, let's try that. That's right. I mean, we're right there. That's perfect. So Should be good there. These things are gonna flex a lot, man. So at this point, you just kind of gotta use your eye too on this. These corners will wanna bend in like this, okay? So we just kind of gotta keep our eye on that as well. And so see that? So you just gotta check all that as well. That's all very important stuff. We're gonna go ahead and do this other side. And also, we need to put in all the bolts here. I'm gonna wait for that because I have to do some stuff today. I'm gonna let James do that. And also part of this series is you're gonna see a part of a business. You know, I'm not a high production guy right now, or probably ever will be. Everything is pretty real life. And so normally you wouldn't hear someone talking about their business stuff in a video like this, but I like to keep things real, and I just keep things, you know, just authentic as much as possible. And that's how we do it. So that right there is touching the line. So that's our 3 3/4. So all I gotta do is put this stake 1/4 inch away. Okay. This way, when we're jacking it, lifting it up to get our level, we know where that's at all times. And then this over here is more or less a guess over there. So what we're gonna do here is just put a stake. We can kind of see how it's bowed in. I'm gonna put the stake maybe like right here or something, you know. And this is gonna help if the thing wants to slide back and forth, you know. We'll see. And then we'll double check our measurements from here over and make sure the length is correct. And that way we want to be accurate too, because not only does it have to line up with the deep end dig, we want it to. We want to make sure obviously it's set with the house and all of that as well. So I'm gonna go ahead right now to keep the flow going here, and I'm gonna go ahead and put our screws in. So for our string lines, what I like to do is I like to beat in I use star head because that also works for us, but there's a straight edge right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it right toward the back of it. I'm gonna tap it here a little bit. I already kind of punched a hole. Punch it in. There we go. These are sharp, just a little easier. We're gonna go all the way back. Just round it a little bit. I want to make sure that I get it far. If you put it up here, you got this variance, and it's not going to be right. You can see how this is flexing, so it's very imperative that it's back here on these panels. It's a little knot tying trick. Grab it, pull it around, loop it through. Grab this side, the long side right here, and I'll put that toward the top because it compensates because the screw is so far down there. That way it loops it right on top. You have a perfect fit. And I'll do the exact same thing. I want this thing pretty tight, so it ain't tight enough. Don't want to go too tight because it will have a tendency to snap. You know, it'll cut on that screw, and just to keep the string all together. I'll do the same here, except I want to come back here a little bit. Flip that around. There it goes. All right, you guys kind of get the understanding. We'll finish this up, move on to the next step. All righty, we're gonna set our laser. We're gonna go 3.5 is our height for our pool. Should make us good here. Let's mark this so we know, see where we're at. This transit stick's just a little bit on the, there we go. Up a quarter, see where it's touching here. Up a quarter. This is down a tad. It'll probably go away. Quarter inch. Trying to find our highest point right now. Okay. It's a pretty good dig right there with all in it within a quarter. It's about a half, 3/8. That one got a little deep because of coming in and out. Okay, so James, let's grab a shovel. Let's clean this corner out. Pretty much we're gonna go with the highest point. We've got variance with our slab here, and it's only a 1/2 inch. So, right here on this corner, this one's swelled up on the edge because of, we had a bunch of mud here, and it just kept pushing up, pushing up, pushing up. So we're gonna go ahead and cut this dirt out a little bit, and then see where we're at. And then whatever this height is, or whatever the highest point is from there, we're gonna go ahead and start there. Okay, 2x4 block. Give me a block here. Just wanna get some blocks and block it up. I can break this shovel. Let me block it. Got it. Right there, from that point on, from here to that point. That's it. Break it a little bit. Probably call that good. Okay. There we go. The highest point is right there now. Three-eighths. All right, perfect. Got that shaved out. We're gonna go ahead and set it with this spot here. Okay, you know, I can live with a 1/4 inch changing it. Some pools you can't, you know, everyone's different, but on this one we can. Oop, force fly. Dude, that thing is huge. This one we can, so we're good there. We're gonna go ahead and get our distance over here, make sure we're verified, and then we're ready to go. We'll start leveling. Yeah, 17 foot. It's right where we want it. 3/8. So this is going to be just a matter of us throwing these shims under here and put one on your side and just working the system here. We're going to be putting them on the seams of every panel. Put another one under there. If it's too much, I'm gonna put a board under there, to be honest.
Right there. I have look.
You have boards here?
I have
okay.
boards to look at. Here, look.
Right here. We're gonna go right here. All right, go up. Doesn't have to be perfectly in the corner. Like, you got a little bit of adjustments. Sit it down. So we want right there. Okay. Next, we'll go down about 6 feet. One guy's in there moving with the shovel. The other guy, his jack, is leveling it and work side by side. 1/2 inch. Okay, sit it down.
That was no 1/2 inch.
Okay, I just wanted to see. Okay.
I don't even think the shovel went up.
A little more. Right there. Any little bit. If it's a little high, what you guys can do, also keep this thing straight as you go. That's perfect. So you always want to keep this thing leveled, like right where it's at. And if it's like kicking in a ton, that's no good. So you want to make sure it's pretty close. Yeah, we need a lot of 2x4s.
We're gonna have to probably pull this, let it go out.
Yeah. How's that?
A little better.
Here, hold the wall.
Just using the back, my dude.
Yeah, there is. Right now, it is what it is, bro. It's part of it. All right.
Well, I'm saying we're gonna have to re-level it all.
Yeah, you always do a double check on it. 1/4 inch. All right, I'm gonna need a lot more 1.5 inches.
Look.
There's not enough cut. It's just
Nah, but there are shims.
Well, I'm
Not
in
the shims, those, yeah.
these little sections.
You said 1/2 inch?
1.5 inches.
Huh?
Yeah, but there's a gap underneath. Here, I got one. I've got one right now. Go up.
In there.
Go up.
Up there.
A little higher. Why are you pushing it in so much? Okay, pick it up. Okay, right there.
So pushing it way back out.
It's a little high. Watch, we'll come down here. Do a little tap. There you go. Easy right there. So basically, we got to go to this corner first. Get this corner, and then everything else right there is going to drop down. And then we're going to have to shim it up. So, probably going to do is just come right off this corner piece here. I'm going to put this stone. We don't need that.
Look how you have to look on top.
No, it's good. Quarter inch more.
About 4.
Probably.
Yeah, dude, you got another 1/2 inch.
Okay.
Sticking out.
Doesn't matter. We'll cut them off.
Okay.
All right, set it down.
Probably too high, honestly.
Nope.
Right there.
Right there. That's what I'm talking about. Oh man, dude, that is dead on straight, dude. Holy cow.
What's wrong with it?
It's just flat as heck.
Make sure the bottom of the transits is clean.
I did. Yeah, pro tip. Make sure that's clean. After all the dirt work you do, just gotta be mindful of every little step when you're doing it. And if you guys want laser like this, you can rent them. Laser store or tool stores. I think Sunbelt even rents them. So this is my favorite. It's a Spectra like 300 series. I think it's something like that. And it's starting to want to fall off a little bit because we've got it cut off, and that just edge just a tad bit rounded on the front, but it's all right. 1/4 inch. James just has to try to pry up so it comes into the pool, not like prying up so it goes out, you know. So he's to like push up on his shovel. A little bit more. All right. No, that's not working. Keep my foot against it here. Okay.
Yeah, didn't harm the buds.
Okay, that's good. This crack in this, it's not going to be that big a deal because this corner is low. Pick it up. Yeah, 1/2 inch low. Perfect. Yeah, I know. So that gap's closed right there on that panel. You know, just like I said it would. Alright, okay. It's probably not enough. Yeah, I go up a hair. Okay. Perfect. Remember, it could always be a touch high, and you can beat it down with your hammer. It makes everything just so much easier. Get this. More. Okay. Perfect. More. More. All right, go up. More. All right, right there. Let's go ahead and do this corner. This corner is really bad. Go right there. Go up. Up, up. Okay. It's fine. Perfect. Dialed in right there. Now, let's go ahead, get our 100-foot tape measure. You stay here, I'll go get it. And we're gonna go ahead and square this thing dead on. So we're hitting our stakes here, or we're going to, and we're gonna have to rely on this for square right there. James, go ahead, take, ooh, that's gotta go this way a skosh. Come your way? No, it's good there. Go ahead and take this stake and push it in against that other stake tight and tack it in. Like the side of it, the side. Yeah, just put your foot against it until you hear it hit. Tighten it. Yeah, I gotta make sure those are tight there. And then, because that's our anchor point. Those need to be dead on, which they are. And then anything else, there's a little bit of variance, which normally there is. It'll be made up in the top. So after that bottom is set, we'll still have our string line here. That's what that turnbuckle's for. Well, obviously, because none of it's exactly when you set it, but you can make up for anything else at that top layer. Makes it very nice, so you can get this thing dead on. Okay, so we're gonna go, make sure that's on over there. That's not on. Might have to push this. All right, there we go. That's on now. Go on this side, or yeah, that's fine, right? Or the right side. Right side's fine. Gives you a better angle for you. We just want to make sure these seams are on the same side of the pool. So if you're looking at the pool, right side of the pool, right side of the pool. You got it?
Yeah.
43 feet 5. So 43.5 exactly. Okay. Got it?
Yeah.
43.6 1/4. Okay, so that means that has got to go that way. About, ooh, 1/2 inch, maybe. So we'll do a gentle shift. Gently shift it a little bit. Ready? Go.
Right there.
Right there. Okay. 43.6 exactly. Hopefully you guys can see that. 6 plus. 43.6 plus. We're close. Didn't even move hardly. Gotta go that way, the same amount we did last time. Okay, ready?
You know, didn't look like the center moved.
I don't care about the center right now.
I'm talking about this panel right here.
Yeah, it's all right. It'll adjust itself out when we get it. 43 5 3/4. I think that's the money. Wrong side. Okay. 43 5 5/8. That's pretty close right there, guys. I got an 1/8 inch. Like, I can live with that. We're good. Solid. Over 40 feet. Good to go. So now that that is done, everything is leveled. We'll end up double checking all of our heights, but for now they're good. We're going to get our corners set. So these are locked in. We want the corners locked in all the way around, and that way we just have everything ready to go. And then we'll begin the sides all the way around, double check our heights, and a lot more other things. Let's get started on that. Okay, so we're going to pretty much whatever's the easiest here. So for us, we're gonna put it on the left side. I'm right-handed, making sure this flat side of this turnbuckle is in. We don't need a washer on this side. You can put one if you want. Interesting. There we go. I got it all in here. Just one washer is good on this side, on the vinyl side, polymer side. So then stick it in partly just like that. If any place gets jammed up to where the bolt gets stuck and you have to use a wrench, it's right here. That's kind of a pain, but there we go. We don't need this no more because we've already got that in. Okay, if it won't tighten up, I'll just put pressure on the bracket and it'll push against this nut. Done. I get my mini sledge, little I think it's 3-pounder. That's what it is, pretty sure. Right, what? Go bolt if you can. I've had to do these to where you hit rocks everywhere, and that's one thing that would be great for you guys. Call me up. We can set up a time for a call to see what situation works for you if you ever get in a bind where these stakes won't hold. I've got some stuff you have to do that's very specific. I've had to deal with that tons of times. This bolt's gonna wanna come through here. So watch that. That's it, guys. Look at that, huh? So look, that's turning it in. We're gonna go ahead, straighten this up, okay? This is our line to start with right here. We're gonna try to get this right there. Yeah, I just had to shift it just a hair. Right, corner set there. We had to borrow that stake. So, and this makes it a lot easier too. If you have to pry it up to readjust it, it's not going in or out. It's good. So you're good to go there. I'm gonna kind of pry this back a little bit. POV shot stuff is very much in the air of what you get. So what we'll use later is we'll get a stake and we'll tighten these things up. Beautiful. Here's a little trick for you that I would suggest everyone gets is this 1/2 inch connector or 3/8 connector that you're able to pull out and swivel. When you get in spots like this, it helps. Doesn't always do a perfect job, but it helps immensely. All right guys, corners are in. I got it all pushed against the stake, pulled the stake already on both sides, so we know that's level with our string. And then we're level with our string here, dialed in on the corners, and that's very important. So the next plan of attack after we hit lunch here is we're gonna go ahead and start putting in all these turnbuckles. So we're gonna make sure all these walls get straight, make sure all the bolts get in, and make sure everything stays square. So let's get into it. All right, everyone, we are doing a couple things right now. James is drilling the holes for the panels. It's one thing I told you before I didn't like. We got to drill, we got to get, since they don't have a center bracket, we got to go on either side of these, drill a hole so we can put our turnbuckles in. So he's doing that. He's already set a bunch of them. I think he set all of them for the most part, except for the ones that aren't drilled. And then what we'll end up doing as well is putting in this last center bolt, since he already put the 2 up there. So that's all going to get done at the same time. That's all been pretty straightforward. You guys understand that. If not, comment below. But what we're going to do now is get this bottom wall straight. Since I got the corners locked in, what I'm going to do is I pick 10 inches is what I like to go. The reason 10 is because it's right there in between the stake. You can go 8, 6, whatever. I just go 10 inches. And we're going to string a line here. Make sure it's on the right side. Yeah. Make it, probably right there. Whoa, okay. See that? A little bit of an angle, so I can actually hammer the thing in. Okay, there we go there. Get it kind of low as we can anyway. Pretty tight. Wrap it around there. Okay, now you're gonna want to check every panel, but we'll start with, we got 2 things in mind here. One, the top and bottom need to be relatively the same, because if this panel is, especially if it's really out like it is now, and you go to pull it, when you crank this in, it's going to be off a 1/4 inch or so. So you want the whole thing to be as level as possible when you're straightening it. So I'm going to tilt this camera down just a little bit, get my hand motions out of everything going on here. Tighten this up. Okay. Stake. Got 11 1/4. Right now I've got this line still up here helping me out. That's kind of nice. 11 3/4. 10 3/4. Okay. 10 3/8. I pull it there. 10 1/4. Being a little stinker. Pull it this way. 9 1/2. Okay, well that was way too much. 9 3/4. 9 7/8. 10. straighten the top a little bit. So what I'll do is I'll get the stake in, pull the top just ever so slightly. Well, pull the top down actually. We'll worry about that later. Okay. So you got that adjustment right there. Okay, what we're gonna do, we beat the stake in just a little bit lower. Step on that just a hair. Put our nut in. Apologize for sounding so stuffed up, guys. I've been sick for a little bit. Just a little cold. Gotta work through it. See how close that is? Tight. See how close we are? 10 plus. That's beautiful. Okay. Live with that all day long. That just picked it off. It'll be all right. If we need to adjust the height, which we probably will, we'll just come back, lift it up with the shovel, and make it good. Not only, ooh, we'll do that with the string line, and we'll do it with the laser. We need to just check the front here. Front's pretty good there, so we can go to there. Alright, you guys understand what's going on. I'm just gonna get some more footage so you guys get to see the process more, but that's it. Explained in a nutshell. And we're just gonna get every set done all the way around and get this thing going and get it knocked out. I did want to mention that you may think you don't need all these bolts, but trust me, I've experimented with them. You do. You never know. It's just always extra. It's just always better to have extra support, and they're there for a reason, so you don't change what's already been built and designed. Go with what it is, because sometimes you may think, oh, it doesn't need that much, but because it's such a solid panel, but it does. Little trick for you: if it's beat the stake down too much and you're like, man, like I don't have enough stake left, this goes up and down. Right there, see? Pop up, and then pop down. It's a little bent, and then you can kind of see that? So we're down here with it, but just something to keep in mind in case that does happen. It's always nice to know that it can be fixed, because it doesn't have to all be exact all the way. It's not permanent until it's bolt. One side done. 3 to go. Okay, so this side's floating. All right, and that'll happen generally depending on what's going on, but normally it happens a little bit. And pretty much what that means is These are just really straight, level. Look at our line. It's barely hovering. So I'm not really worried about that right now. I'm just gonna go ahead and brace this off. And just do that on my hand. And then any height needs to happen, we'll get a shovel, pop it up with a string line so it's dead on. So no need to worry about it. See that? See how much that adjusts right there? You got to keep that in mind when you do this. So we got that in there. Our height's roughly good there. We're 10 3/8. So we really need to be back here. $10 inches right there. So the strategy I'm using as well is I'll go from 6 to 6 and I'll come in the middle and do it. Then normally it's good. So we've got 10 1/8 almost, 10 plus. So it's no problem. Set it, bend it in a little bit, flex it in. All right, the time has come for the pliers. I knew this would happen eventually. Let's stick them in there. Hopefully you can see that. There we go. Sometimes you need to. That's pretty much the main spot where that happens. There we go. All finished up. Looking good. Everything's tight. Bolts are in. Stakes are in. Everything is straight at the bottom. Everything is dialed in. All we got to do now is straighten this top and re-square it. And then check the heights once more time with the transit. And this entire process of setting the panels is almost complete. So, almost there. Alrighty, everyone. We're finished up here with everything. Stay right there, James. Getting a rebar. So we're just gonna make sure that, I know we're good here. Okay. We're straight there. We're straight here. He's gonna make sure his are straight. And we're basically lining it up with this piece right here. So you can kind of see it. It's straight right there. And then we're gonna just re-square off of this end. Whatever has to get shifted, we'll do so off of those corners. You ready? Yeah, right there. That one was fun. Go back. Yeah, you had it. Okay, yeah, we're way off. 43.6 and a quarter. Good?
Yeah.
Oh shoot, you're right. 43.6 and 1/8.
That's what I thought.
Dude, that's so freaking good. Holy cow.
So what do we move?
For an 1/8 inch?
Oh, it's an 1/8, yeah, a quarter and an 1/8,
Yeah, dude. I mean, I could live with that. That's over. That's beautiful. Because you guys gotta understand, I mean, these things bow. All right, and the reason I'm okay with that is these things are they're twisted a little bit, every little section. So that's so close, it's crazy. And I haven't even done nothing but straighten that with that wall and just straighten this right here, and we're good to go. We literally did not do anything before I measured this. So that's what happens when you do a good job on your base, when it's perfectly square, and then when you set these corners right and then everything's straight. I mean, that's absolutely beautiful. So hey, let's go ahead and straighten up all these walls. So now, before we can set steps, we got to finish up, straighten all these up. Get a piece of rebar. go. So they got to make sure when these corners are right, because you readjust it, it all comes out. So we're looking good here. I'm gonna be a little higher. I'm gonna check in a second. See, so here's one.
I think we said it right here, John.
Well, that's correct. Alright, so that's our height. We're down a little bit. So, James, yeah, you need to be in the hole. We're gonna go ahead and lift it, get it up, do our lines, do a double check. Because what you can do too is just sight it a little bit, and you can really see what it's doing. I can see there's a hump, but it's really not a hump. This is dipping right here. This is dead on. I think the sides look really good over there. I could just tell with the string. These strings are really tight, so it's really gonna give us a good ground of what's going on. Okay, go up. Okay. Went up a little bit.
There you go.
Enough. It's better. These panels dip a little bit. What I could also do is come down here. I'm just gonna touch this up a little bit. You get a nice contact there. There. Okay. That's good, man. That's really good, actually. Okay. So this one's sunk a lot. Okay, over here. This is the one that's low. That one over there is good. All right, we got a big flat bar here. We'll go ahead and pick this thing up. You got it? Go up. More.
Got all my weight on it.
All right.
How much more?
Pretty decent amount. If you have to, you can always loosen these up a little bit. Huh?
Want me to do on that side?
I want you to put this in the corner. Shim that corner, right in the center. Right there, yeah.
That's quite a bit.
Did you get it?
Yeah. How much?
Gotta go up. Still a good 1/8 inch.
Yeah, that's good. Ooh, broken as well.
Oh yeah.
Pretty good right there.
Right there. That'll do it. Looking at right here in the center here. It's gotta come up. Ugh. James, pry up right here in the center.
Okay, hold on, watch out.
Hold on, that's good. Leave it. Leave it. That's it. That's beautiful right there. Yeah, the only thing it dips is like the center of in between, and that's just flex. Then the string line tells the rest of the story. That's good. Oh, this one looks really good too, Frank. The shims should be tight.
Yeah, check that end, the end.
Yeah, we're gonna check the end out here. Tap that shim in. Actually, it's a tad bit high. Just tapped it down. That's what we get. That's it, guys. We'll go ahead and readjust this a little bit, and we're looking good. All right, guys, welcome to the masterclass of building steps. Now, these principles will apply throughout pool building, and I have designed a step system that it's impenetrable when it comes to bowing and pushing out, keeping it straight, keeping it right. So this system's taken a while to perfect, but I've got it, and I'm going to share it here today. So what we've got is a 6-foot sun deck with 3 steps in total. Technically, it'll be 2 steps on top of that. So this is my layout. I'm going to go 6 feet, my first layout, and 8 inches down is how much water I want on this sun deck. And I'm going to go my 11 1/4, go over a foot, drop down another 11 1/4, so it'll end up being 19 3/8 down to 30 3/4. And that bottom step is actually going to come to like right to the bottom of there. So it works out. You get a little extra concrete down there, no problem. So we're going to go ahead and measure our lengths here. James is going to cut them, and then we're going to begin assembling this whole thing. And I've got a lot of cool stuff to show you guys. So 20 foot 1/2, go to the top. 20 foot 1/2, 240 1/2. Yeah, that's what we're gonna go with. Here, let's hit the bottom real quick. It should be level. Just in case, we'll double check. Yeah, about the same. So 220 1/2 minus will be fine.
220, I think 240.
240, sorry. Yes. Okay, 11 inches. 11, 22, 33. Well, that math is correct. Okay. 11, 22, 33. All right. So we're gonna cut these. These are actually for our ends, for our stairs. Sweet little trick. I'm gonna show you guys. Don't gotta be perfect. All right, guys, we're gonna pick our best side here, which is the other side. I'll go ahead. Ooh, that grain is not playing around, is it? Start 3 screws. Okay. We're gonna run this flush. Flush, flush. Okay. Step 1 is almost ready. We're going to put 3 screws. All right. Measure them and push them over. There. Put a fourth one in. That way you can pull these apart very easily when we go to strip them. Beautiful. Okay, we'll put our line on our inside here, so none of our stakes are in the way. There you go. Go ahead, cut it. There we go. He's got knots in them. Probably put some tape over them before we pour.
Well, yeah, I mean, we do take it apart and face it, so.
Yeah, I know, but just makes it a little better. So now that we have all these mounted string lines, we're gonna go ahead and stake these in. So we've got 6. We're gonna space them about 3 feet apart or so. Uh-huh. This is it. Big enough, yeah. It'll do. Okay, so that's what we want right there. We're gonna start with the middle because this is bowed. Got a little out. We'll fix that here after a while. Not the end of the world. I'd rather have been a little farther in. It's all good. That's where you don't want to skimp. You want this deep, really deep. What? No, this isn't green treated. Right there. Pretty dead on. We're gonna go ahead and finish them up, and then we're gonna start getting our kickers. I've got cross braces here going as well. All right, guys, so we got these staked. We're gonna go ahead, I've got these cut at 5 foot. These ones are cut at 28 to 30 inches, depending on your ground. I've had to do it to where only 2 foot, sometimes less. I have to cut them off because the ground is so hard, you know. I'm gonna have James cut me, probably like 16-inch stakes, 6 of them. And then I want you to cut me kickers, 6, 12, 18 at 12 inches.
12 inches.
Just hack them. Yeah, 6, 12, 18 of them.
Just hack them.
Yeah, just a foot.
Don't you want them legit?
Yeah, I want them good, but you know, just they don't have to like square them. Just mark them and cut them. But give me the stakes first. So I'm gonna go ahead and, all right, so basically I really want to figure out, this one has to be back here, right? So that seems to be good right there. Okay, so if I do that and I just beat it in like that, I've already got a stable frame down here. That's done. Now if I go to the center here, there. That's pretty close. And then right there. That's gonna lock these in straight. It's gonna get us where we need to be. So I'm not going to pack it too much because it'll start picking up right here. If it's really wet, then you want to beat it in a little bit. Okay, now that all that is finished up, this is to support the kickers. You may think, oh, it's beating the ground a little bit. No, that's not how we do it. Okay, this is got a bulletproof system. It's not going. All right, next step, kickers. So you guys can tell, I take this very seriously. We're gonna angle it just a hair. So when it tightens, it's tight. Give us enough room to work. Okay, that's enough.
You said you wanted 18.
I was wrong. I only need 12. There's only 2 steps, not 3. I was thinking there was 3 for some reason. There's a bag, Lowe's bag in the trailer with some stuff in it. I need it. Go ahead and grab the metal cutter so we can cut this all thread. And yeah, and then grab a chalk line. All right, you might say, man, dude, that's not going anywhere. Well, you're wrong, because it has gone somewhere on me, but no more. So we are going to beef it up exponentially. And so what I'm going to proceed to do is put in the belt and suspender, so to speak. One, two, three, 4. 5. All right, guys, so we're putting all thread in. Obviously, you can see by what we've done here and what we've got laid out. And we're going to hold this together like a form that you would put it for foundation, and it's going to be its own tie. I want you to cut. Oh, never mind. Sweet. I thought these are 8 foot, so they're only 6. So I want you to cut 5. We'll start with the lowest ones first. 5 at 8'3", 5 at 7'3", 5 at 6'3". Okay? Yes, 3 inches. Add 3 inches to them. We can go over here. I'll drill these holes after I get them lined up in here, but we're gonna go ahead and get some all thread cut. We're gonna get these bolts in and ready to support this thing. I got these. You can go ahead and cut the rest. Now the bottom with all this support, it is a little overkill, I feel like, on the bottom, but you think it's overkill sometimes. Alright, so on the bottom, you think it's a little overkill. You got the 2 supports, but trust me, it is not overkill at all. So I've got a bunch of washers. Go ahead and dump these out. Just make it a little easier. So, go. We're just gonna thread this on, just like, oh, that much, with the distance that we have cut them. 3 inches is just enough. James is cutting those. I'll just jump over here. Pretty much just gonna eye them. It's close enough. There. Now you don't want to cut it on the seam. You definitely want to stay away, because there's supports all throughout this thing, so you can actually see the lines and the creases. So you just want to kind of keep your distance, and if you know that you've hit one, just re-drill it. Make your life just a little bit easier. There we go. There we go. Lovely. It's going to want to catch on you on some of these. Then someone needs to hold it because it might want to spin out. But other than that, you should be good to go to just spin these on. Good placement. Got lucky here. A lot of times you'll hit one of these ribs. It's very easy to do. Just like here. I knew it. So I have to re-drill that one. Should have cut those tags off. Those are a pain in the neck to deal with. Are they? Yeah. It'll be alright though. Alright, I want you to size them up and drill the hole. Starting at the bottom, go to the bottom. Here.
Size them up.
Like, till it feels good. So look, if you guys come to this stuff right here, where it's like this, don't worry about it too much. It's not the end of the world. You're good. So you can just keep moving on. And go to the next one. It's not gonna affect it any. It'll still hold well. Obviously it's not as good as it could be, but it's good. Okay, wraps it all up there. Now, one more thing. We do have to go ahead and tighten it all up. That's why we left these string lines on, so we can get it exactly. Oh, where are we at? We barely just want to tighten these up. We do not want to crank them hardly. Just snug. Okay, because it will pull them in, and we've already got them straight. This one right here actually needs to go out. Yeah. That'll work. I can live with that. That's exactly why you leave the string lines on. Right there.
Let's do this one.
Always.
That was it. That's it.
There we go. Does that look good? Sweet. Yeah, like I was saying, always leave these string lines on because this is exactly what you want to be able to do. Make that final adjustment. You'll think you have it, and then it moves. You do a little torquing on it because you're adding stuff, and so it's best to just leave it on till the end. Then you're good to go. And good. We can actually leave that one just a hair loose because this is having a tendency to bow in. You know what I mean? Kind of work with it. Okay, keep a hold of it, go to the other side. Finished up, we got our line snapped, and we have all of our buckles in. We straightened it, pulled the string lines off. We're ready to go. Everything is dialed in. This is what it should look like for a pair step. These things will not go anywhere. Easy to strip when we do, because we're going to face all of this, and it's going to look amazing. That is a complete tutorial guide on how to install steps that are bulletproof and that will not go anywhere, because this is 12 inches. This is all going to be on a 6 slump, very wet, a lot of weight, and this will not go anywhere. So the screws on the side here, these are bulletproof. They've never failed on me, so be assured there. I've tested this out for years, and it just works every single time. This all thread system is bulletproof. Alrighty everyone, here we are, ready for concrete. So we have a couple things that we have to do before we get ready. One is put gravel in here. Two, we have to dig out some loose dirt, all gets cleaned out. Set our sump tube, it's very important. We have to build a little box around our plumbing to where when it goes down into the deep end. So I'll show you that a little bit later. And then we have to block off some of the deep end stuff on the inside. I've already started on the shallow where it's been cut out a lot as far as like underneath of it, so the concrete doesn't just keep flowing underneath, because it's pretty wet. We're pouring on a 6 slump and it's got a pea gravel mix, so it's definitely not going to just stand up. You got to have something holding it. So those are the few things that we're going to do before concrete. We're going to jump in the skid steer and get to work. Ugh. Give me that shovel. Okay, so just want to make sure that we've got enough here for a solid base. We got about 4 to 6 inches in between each step, which is what I want. I want plenty of room. Because you guys put too much in here, then you got to shovel it all out, and it's a whole deal, and you don't want to do that. All right, everyone, so the steps are done. Tanning ledge is done, really nice and graded out. We got about 3 to 5, really about 4 inches of concrete going on the top. And then, of course, we got enough for our steps there, lock it all in. James Omar is gonna be putting in the stakes. We're gonna put in all these holes. We're gonna hit them all, and then the pumps just got here. The pump just arrived, and then I have some block work to do over here for the plumbing. But for right now, I'm gonna move this rock over for him. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and put extra supports in here. This is what I do. Just run this flush, put a screw every 3 feet or so. And this is kind of like a stint almost. I don't know exactly what you would call it, but just enough to really lock all the panels together even more than what they are. Basically, we're gonna wait until this is screwed in here. We're gonna hammer stakes in here. I'm gonna lay all these out. Ready to go. Too bad. It's good. Put it tight. Screw it. Just like that. Easy. Alrighty guys, we are officially ready for concrete. So let's go into a recap here. Got everything, nothing fancy in here, just keeping the concrete from coming in. We got our little makeshift box. We're just gonna pour around that. And that's gonna give us to where Jesus can drop his 2-inch in there. All right, and then plumb that up. And then actually looking at it, probably will come out like a little bit more like that. And then we got our sump tube, which we're probably gonna put right here. And we're just gonna go around it. I've got a full-size one we're gonna put in later. So that's why that one looks like that. All the rebar stakes in, or at least what they sent us. They're pretty good for, you know, for around the pool. I'd put them in, but for around here, you don't really need to. You know, it's not that big a deal. It's just extra support added to help lock it all in. But other than that, we're good here. All this is done. And this is our support system for this. These walls have a tendency to bow out. So I got a little extra bracing here. And this thing is pretty much bulletproof at the moment. So over here's good. The footing's cleaned out. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and measure, get ready for concrete. I think I got about 15 yards I need for this one. So I'll let you guys know that in a minute. But concrete should be here any time, and we're gonna get this thing going. Whoa, nice. Put that in the hose. I need like a strap up here. Hold it. I did the hose one time with Billy, and I was like, yeah, I couldn't hold it that long. It was literally, I was like, I can't stand up anymore. Hey. I'm gonna get right here first. Yeah. There we go. We're gonna get underneath of it really good. Just like that. We'll have to shove in there really good. Let the pressure of that concrete hose push that concrete right in there. We're gonna go up about 8 inches on this entire thing. Hey, grab the hose from falling in. Like my form layout here? I got it.
You want me to slow it down a little?
No, it's fine right now. See how it pushes that all down there? That's why we push it right here. And we let it push, let it gravity do its work, and then it'll set up. Easy, boys, easy. Give it time to set up. Ooh. There. It's good. Set up here. Something I want you guys to notice is obviously we did that long screed, and that's so this line gets perfect, and then we can come off both lines and get a perfectly flat surface. That's what we want. How are you feeling? Tired? Strong, baby. My back's not that bad. It's my legs now because I'm transferring all the weight. But sun deck's poured, steps are poured. They're holding up perfectly like they should. We're doing good. Knocking this thing out. We're about out for sure. So we're gonna have to order in our second truck. But we've got time to pump the weight around, so we're gonna get exactly what we need and nothing extra. Looking good. This is how you do it. This is the right way to build a pool. Check the link below if you want me to train you guys to build pools like this. All right, I'll coach you one-on-one, mentor you guys, and we'll get you taken care of. Just want to show you guys, we're doing a little bit of adjustment here. I'm gonna make sure these are in as far as they can. Right here. One of the reasons I don't like these 4-foot panels, it's bowing from here to here. About an 8 3/16. It is concrete, you know. I could have put a brace. I can still put a brace here, which I'll probably do. You can see how, I don't know if you can see that, but that moves. So I'm gonna get a 2x4 and lodge it in here. But you know, that's, I don't know. That's one of my things here. Is what it is, I guess. Part of it, but 3 foot's my favorite. Eliminates all that. Perfect. Everything is good. Look at that. Perfect. That's what I want. Second truck is here. We're pouring out. Steps are taking their time to set up. I don't know. I put 1% retarder in a straight cement mix. So once they go, they're gonna go, that's for sure. But we're good there. It's not a problem. All right, we're gonna begin stripping this. Ooh, concrete's nice. It's all about timing, guys. You know, this does take a lot of experience, you know, knowing when to strip, but I'm gonna get this first pass done, and then I'm gonna come back and hit it with a finish trowel, mag, and finish it to get a nice pass on this concrete. It's getting covered by the liner, but it still needs to look good. Alrighty, first pass done. Looking good. It's nice concrete today. Hit the second pass in about 10 minutes. Everything's looking good. Got this form stripped, finishing those. Looking really good. So one thing about this is you just gotta make sure you know what you're doing, or you're having somebody help you that does. So got a couple guys that help us. This is a lot to finish. You gotta be on it constantly. But you can look, man, look at this, how dead on straight these are. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, it's just beautiful, dude. So this is what we're looking at right now. It's pretty wet right here. Up here it's more solid, but we need about 10 minutes, finish it again, and then hopefully we can start hitting these. This needs to be pretty solid before you start stripping that. You'll have a blowout on your hands after all this hard work, getting all this done right. Some guys seem to think that when you pour concrete and throw a liner over it, you can't see nothing. The liner covers everything. Well, I hate to break it to you, but that's not the case at all. You see everything. Now, we want to get this as perfect as possible. And yes, the liner does cover it, but if the sun hits it right, you see everything. So we just want to do the best we can and put out the best product as possible. Top is all done. I want to check this here. Yeah, it's still wet. Huh? Yeah, 10 minutes or so. Yeah. And then when it goes, it's andle, andle, andle. There we go, guys. Stripping begins. I got it. Oh yeah, baby.
One, two, three.
Ooh. Ooh, that's soft. Ooh. Beautiful.
Oh yeah, baby.
Perfect. Perfect. Couldn't have timed that any better. Nice, boys. Nice. That's what you want. That's perfect timing right there, guys. That's just beautiful. Ay. Ay, ay, ay. Oh yeah, baby, strong muscles. Muscles, baby, muscles. Hey, if there's too much, just cut it out, okay?
Hey.
Yeah. That's it, boys. Beautiful. Beautiful. The ring is dead on straight. Now, look at that. Beautiful. Any little imperfections we'll hit with a grinder before we set the liner. But that is it. Well, that is complete with the concrete. Footing is in, the steps and the sun deck is done. This job is completely wrapped up as far as concrete goes until we do the slab. Final last look here. Look at that. Looks good for being covered up, huh? Well, like I said again, any minuscule error or any minuscule blemishes we will cut out with a grinder and make it really smooth. So that is it. Here we are. We're gonna do some layout. The plan for the day, plans changed actually last night, is we're gonna be putting in a slide. So we've got a slide, drains, 2 skimmers, and 4 returns. And then we have 3 lights on that end as well. So we're gonna go ahead and mark them out. I've already marked this side out actually. And what I've done is we went 8.5 feet. So I butt from this step here, went 8.5 feet, and that divided it up. It's 34 feet divided by 4 is 8.5, and that divided it up evenly. And we're gonna do the same here with 3, and then we're gonna go down and I'm gonna show you guys what we're doing with heights. I'm gonna show you guys how we're doing our fittings, how we're running our lines. Jesus is gonna be assisting us. He normally helps us with all of our plumbing. It works out for us. Just a little bit of our business structure so you guys have some context is, you know, there's only 3 of us that do building. Me, James, and Jared, we're all brothers. And we have subcontractors that help us with the rest of the stuff. And that way for us, we can build more swimming pools. And so Jesus helps us with the plumbing. We know how to do everything, but again, for the sake of building pools faster, this is our model. So he's gonna assist us on this one, and I'm going to show you guys what we're doing, how we're doing it, and to give you guys a really good picture on how we plumb our pools, because everyone's different, every system's different. You know, if you're putting an in-floor cleaning system, that's going to be added. If you're doing a pool for a gunite, that's different. A pool for fiberglass is different. So this is very specific in this area. I mean, the gluing and the priming and the fitting and all that stuff's the same. Everything's pressure, obviously. So it's all relatively the same, but for this specific scenario, it's different. So, and if it's vinyl and it's in-ground, the concepts are the same. We just want to keep in mind that everything's got the unique situation, which you guys can comment below or get me on a call and we can get on a coaching call and go over your project. So let's get to work. All right, so half of 34 is 15 plus 2, 16, what? 17? Right here. Right in the center. Hold on. We'll just go like 6 feet. Well, we'll probably just go like 5.5 feet. Okay? Let me see. Hold me on this marker. Yeah, 11 feet. Yeah, that's fine. 5.5 feet. All right, so this is the light layout, but we're gonna do center. There's 3. Depending on your light, you know, everyone's different, but we pretty much got like a 12-foot radius of shine is what we consider it. So if it's 12 feet, you got 6, 6. It's perfect. And so that's what we're gonna do. Now we also got the confines of all this, huh?
3.
3 what?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, 3 lights. So if we go down, yeah, like 17 inches, what we normally do, we'll be good to go. Should be right there. You'll have to you may have to adjust this. So what you might have to do is adjust what we're doing, but 17's our mark generally. So this one's in the center. So we can just go, I mean, wherever to the right here, doesn't matter. Like right here, I think that's it. You just kind of got to work with what you got. That's kind of what the deal is here. So 17. We're gonna have to go over here, probably right here. That's what it looks like. Double check this one, verify that it's good. Probably not. Yeah, see, it's gonna be right here. So right here, there we go. And then I'll mark, I've already got the returns laid out. We'll mark those as well. The skimmers are on top of the pallet over there. And then I've got the drain fittings inside of there, but and there's drains in there too. We've got 2 separate drains. And then we can string our line in the center. Our center, so for the drains, we're gonna go, we got 5 plus 6 is 11 feet. So it would be 8 feet. Hook, put me right there, 8 feet. Which is right here on this seam. Jesus. 8 foot, you put your line right there. And we just go dead center down, straight down. So if this is our dig here, we'll paint the line. This is our equipment pad. We're going 7 foot for our equipment pad. I got to think about our layout here. So we have our polling system, okay, which is it pulls from the drains, pulls from the skimmers. We've got 2 skimmers, so that means we've got 3 lines, okay. And then we have our slide and our returns is our pushing. So we've got 5 in total, and we need to figure out the pump layout with the gas and everything else. I have layouts on all of our equipment. So what I do, this is personally what I do here. I go back at my phone, show you guys a little inside tip, and I look at my pool equipment layout and I say, okay, what have I done in the past that's worked out really well? So this is the exact equipment pad that I'm doing over here. I'll throw up a picture. Now the only difference is I have 5 lines. So what I'm thinking about here is this is basically this is exactly what we're looking at. So now I can put the heater going this way, and all the stuff can come in this way. But what I want to do is keep the pump over here. So what I'm going to do is put our 3 lines as our equipment pad. So our pump is like, it's about we go about 1 foot to 10 inches here. 10 inches pretty much puts it right on the edge of the slab, which is kind of what I want. So, well, I'll go 12. So that's 1 line. We'll go 8 inches. 2 lines, 3 lines. Okay, and then we'll just honestly we'll just go right over 8, 16. That's what we'll do. And what that'll do is everything will go into the pump, filter, heater, and will give us room over here to kind of do some angles and to add some extra pipe. That'll give us room for our salt cell to adjust, to set there, and to be in there, have room for future cutouts, whatever. Give us room for our union valves and everything. So this is our complete layout. Jesus will go over this. We do like 6 to 8 inches apart, gives us room for our union valves. And you can put them closer. And this is how we like to do it. Some people put their stuff super, super tight. We like to put our stuff far apart, and it works for us very well. And so that's the layout, guys. This is gonna be a lot better than it was supposed to be over there, but we're looking good as far as that goes. And we'll just dig our trench straight into that hole as it is right now, directly in, and we'll set up our equipment and we'll be ready to go. We're gonna give the head cam to Jesus so you guys get the perfect POV shot of what's going on.
Okay. De lo que le estaba diciendo. Pasa porque ya cuando dado gira nomás. Está ahí en línea con los hoyos. Ya, acá le faltan los otros 2 abajo también. Esto es igual. Está muy grande. Es esta. Yeah. Es esta. Y estos ya van así, güey. Hey, you have silicone?
Yeah. We take this in.
I'll need it for. You want to put it here on the lights, right?
Yeah, we'll silicone it.
Yeah. Y además se le limpia con cuidado ahí, méteselo.
Silicone both sides.
Both sides?
Yeah. Put a bead around it in there.
Se mueve. Okay.
Alright, y'all, these lights are done here. We went ahead and siliconed them in so they're tight. We've got a threaded coupling we're gonna glue in and then come out. What?
Those skimmers are better. See the way they have them fastened?
I like the way they fasten too, actually.
I'm saying they're flush.
Yeah, I do. It's really nice. This is a really nice system. A lot of times they have tabs and they screw to the front. These ones are really nice. I like it a lot. So that's the skimming. These are just simple, man. You put it in, put the screws in, done on this kit, which honestly I really like that. They had the holes drilled and everything. So plus for Hydra on that. I've said the last couple of videos that I did a review on these panels because the first time doing them. But that's a plus for them for sure. So pretty simple, guys. He's gonna start laying out pipe, start putting in fittings, and we've got the Jesus head cam on, the plumber cam on, so we'll just keep it rolling.
Tráete un adaptador de esos que tienen rosca por dentro. Ah, tal vez sí, güey. Estos van pegados nomás con el glue y eso y ya.
Very nice. You always want to twist that back and forth, until it stops. That way it gets really good connection. You're ensured that that's done really well. And of course, this is all Schedule 40 PVC pressure, and all the fittings are pressure fitted. We use all sweep 90s for our all of our corners. That way we have a better flow. We don't have tight corners.
A ver, vamos a meterlo que eso es lo bueno.
Alright guys, I screwed up the first set. For some reason, I was just, in your head, when you want to do 4 of anything, you divide it by 5. If you get the full length measurement divided by 5, you get that measurement, and that'll get you 4. And I did 4, and so I did this whole thing about how I'm doing it, and it's like, you clearly did 3. So anyway, these are 6'10" apart. So that'll give us 4 returns. He's just gonna mark them 17 inches down, ready to go. This side's complete, and we're looking good. All right, so we want this slide to come in probably right here. Okay. Distance between the front
And you want
and
the
the pipe
to dive like right in the deep
is
end.
9'9", 9'6".
That's not right.
So you want it to go in probably right here.
Yeah, I mean you want it to go in somewhere right here.
I would think, because it's going to come in at an angle.
Yeah. You're saying from the end to the end is 9'6"?
Yes.
Hold them, Jared.
Guess, just guess. It's close enough.
The center?
Yeah, no, on the far edge. So really it's gonna be right here. So 2'10". Dude, we're in the footing. We don't gotta dig anything. Alrighty guys, equipment trench is dug. Got a little deep, but it's flat, so that's all that matters. And pipes won't freeze under here, that's for sure. Let me see, we're getting our returns in now. Had a little hiccup on the measurements, so we fixed that. And then here's our slide location. We got it, we don't even have to dig it out. So we just finished. It's going right here. And then this slide will come in and shoot right into the pool. So super easy, we don't gotta dig out no trenching. It's already done. We just got the final back from the customer. They didn't really like the concrete price. So what we're doing here is, we originally had 3 foot all the way around, but now we're doing 5 foot on that side, then 3 foot, 3 foot. I think they'll eventually have somebody else pour it. But you know, we charge a lot for our concrete. Our guys do an excellent job, and the price reflects it. So what we're gonna end up doing is, I'm gonna have them get some sauna tubes. We're gonna place them probably every 6 feet all the way down, because it's only 3 foot. It'll take a couple years, but eventually this gravel, you can't pack it here. Like, it's just impossible to pack. These walls are solid, but you know, you just got to be very careful. You can't just go in there and start vibrating the heck out of everything. So you have to be very careful. But anyway, we're gonna do that. That's gonna be a safety. Something like this wouldn't settle for like 2-3 years. You really wouldn't know how much it would settle. That's kind of to be determined, because this is the rock we use mainly. I'm thinking about using this smaller stuff, but the big stuff works really well because it's got it mixed in, and this stuff just locks all together, and so it works really, really well. But still, you know, it still would need to be packed. So we're gonna put sauna tubes all the way around, or at least on this side and that end, because you know, they'll just be hanging in the air here. This is going on the soil, so it'll create like a bridge of sorts. So and that's just the reality of pool building, to be honest. So the reason you put the sauna tubes in is for future settling, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's bridging there. So same concept here. So we'll probably just do this side, that side, and we'll be good to go. All right, this skimmer is pretty much done. Got a reducer to 2 inches, 2 inches, 2 inches, all glued in there really nice. And then we got a cap, just thread it in and glue it, you know, prime it, glue it, just put it in, hand tighten it in there, and that's ready to go. And then we're just gonna continue these feeds all the way around. All right guys, I'm gonna show you guys all the tools and fittings, glue, everything that we're gonna use for this project. So I'm gonna take you around here. We're using all pressure fitted. This brand specific, it doesn't really matter, it's Lasco, but these are all pressure fitted fittings. Extra long couplings if we need them. These are sweep 90s, they're really big. The flow is so much better versus a tight 90. If we have tees, again, pressure tees, everything is pressure. And the reason, well, mainly for the pressure, but they're longer here. So they get more, grab more pipe when we put the fittings in. It's very important. Just an assortment of hand tools, wrenches, pipe cutters, and all that. Of course, we got our silicone, we're gonna need that for our fittings. Drill gun for our skimmer. And then we have a hole saw bit. So these are actually wood and concrete, and then we're just using them to cut the holes. I believe it's a 3-inch hole for that. And we got a hole saw kit, and you can use a Sawzall. That's probably the most effective because most everybody's gonna have a Sawzall. We have a pipe cutter right here. So this thing is pretty snazzy. Unlock it here, trigger, and then cuts. Thing works very nice, makes very nice edges. And a tape measure, pencil, some basic hand tools. So nothing crazy here, maybe a shovel. You guys can see throughout the video what we're using, what you might need. And I'm gonna show you the glue here. I had it over there, but I'm gonna see if he's got a new case he does up here. So So we've got our clear primer, just some basic clear stuff from the store. And then we have our heavy duty clear PVC cement extra. You can only install this stuff 40 to 110 degrees, but this is, you know, for air pressure, water pressure, everything. It's really good. So that's what we're using. You can get that at any store, Home Depot, whatever. All right, guys, in the midst of the plumbing, we're gonna go ahead and get this thing laid out for concrete. So we're just kind of utilizing our time while Jesus is getting all the other stuff done. We're gonna go ahead and get this lined out. So our print says, because we make this up as we go, 7 feet. You know, the design at the bottom is up to you. You guys can do whatever you want here. And so there's nothing specific you have to do. You do whatever you want, which is cool about vinyl liners. You get to pick and choose. So 7 foot's the measurement. Throw me up 2 short stakes. Make sure you guys can see this. Every panel, it's a 2.5 inch lip, right? 2-inch lip. Yeah, that's right. Right here. It comes precasted in the shell. That's where we're putting our concrete to. So it's a 42-inch panel. This is a 40-inch. It's gonna be 40 inches deep here. So now we are gonna be pouring this in concrete when they pour the slab. So these lines will get taken down for temporarily. But just so you can see that. Basically, we're just gonna, our pattern says 5 foot. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of get like a guess here, 5 foot of where I need to be, and then hold me. 5 foot there. We're gonna start right there. Oh yeah, we're almost like dead on it. So, okay. Now, this is not gonna be the same what we normally do. We're actually changing up our design just a tad bit, in the sense that in the past we've done, hold me here, James. We have done, there's no way that's perfect. Oh dude, we're like a 1/4 inch off. We've done this grout mix at the bottom and the walls. But to this pool, we're gonna do concrete at the bottoms. I changed this up. Our last pool, we're about a 1/2 inch off. I'm not worried about that right now because I'll show you here in a little bit. But anyway, we're doing our bottoms in concrete. I just find it's a better product. It's cheaper, first of all. It's cheaper concrete, and it's way easier. So I already cut out that a little extra. We're gonna have like 3.5 inches of concrete, or maybe probably more, 4. We may even get some gravel and throw in there. So it's exactly 3.5. And then that'll be concrete, that'll be concrete. So when we do this, this is a lot of work, a lot of work. It'll be just a lot better, and overall it's just so much easier. Now what we're gonna do is level the bottom down. Here's my marker right here. Go ahead and level at the bottom. So 42 inches. All right, it's 3.5 feet, right? We're going 8 foot down. So if we go 4.5 feet, that'll get our 8 foot.
Bottom of the panel or the bottom of the line?
Put the bottom of top of the level to the bottom of the panel.
Right there.
Right there?
Right there.
Good?
Yeah, right there. Hold on. Right there.
Okay, that's our height. So what we're gonna do now is just double check our dig. So basically, what we're gonna do, unlike we've normally done, so if you're gonna do a grout mix everywhere, for us, we do it all the same day. We're gonna make these corners perfect. And we're gonna string our lines. We're gonna run up all of our mud all the way around. And then we're good on the walls. Then we do the bottom, we pull the stakes, and we go out. In this scenario, that we've changed our designs, we're gonna go ahead and pour concrete just all the way to the dig. No forms, nothing. All the way to the dig. That marker is gonna be our string. We're gonna go ahead and pour our wet corners for our wet screed. Corner, 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 and then screed out, and then screed out to that way, and then finish up in the corner. And as long as it gets good all the way around this corner, in the middle doesn't necessarily matter. Matter of fact, we can throw a bunch of extra concrete in this hole because there's a big hole here. That's probably what we'll do just to help when we do the walls. So and then after that we'll come back and we'll do the exact same thing, and then we'll snap lines on the concrete exactly. And then what I'm going to do is I'll cut that line in with a grinder, and it'll be exactly so, no, you know, because the line will get erased, and that way it's permanent. And when we do the concrete, we just go to that cut line and we screed up, and it's perfect. So let's go ahead and check our angles here. Yep, 2 inches. I know we've got 2 inches here. Yeah, we got 2 inches. We're good there. I hope this video is going to get you guys lined up. It's difficult because we're building this thing. We got Jesus working. I'm explaining what he's doing, and we're building this whole thing. But I hope it's working out for you guys. If you guys have any questions, just comment below. And also, again, I do coaching. I've got a mentor program. You guys can always give me a call, schedule a time, and we can get on the phone and walk you through your project, anything you got going on. So all right, here's our return system. So this is pretty simple. We're putting in the last one. I'll show you that here real quick, and we'll go back. So it's just a matter of this is a lot easier for us to set it down here, and it's just fitting pipe. So we're gonna lay it out, put our T's in, everything gets leveled as we go. And then you cut, you know, we'll set the fitting in, measure it, cut the length, inside, and that'll give Jesus the measurement to stick this in, and then you can put these ones in together. It makes it a lot easier. I'll show you here. Just like that. Easy. Easy peasy. So everyone gets done like that. And it can be different lengths. It's not that big a deal. It's just we got it setting right on the footing, and that works really well. And then on the end, it's very important that this is long. So this gets a very consistent flow in doing this system. So the idea is when the water hits, comes all the way down, hits the end, and then equalizes the pressure to where it comes out equally. And it works really, really well for this many returns. Now, if it's a lot more returns and you know there's a lot more flow involved, you have to look at dealing with calculations on that and potentially running more supplies for your returns. But for us right now, for these 4, works really, really well. We'll put a cap on it right here. Super simple. And I mean, a lot of this, guys, is just simply assembling pipe. I already showed you the techniques, and that is, you know, you're going to primer it up, you're going to glue it, making sure it's all cleaned up, and then you're going to come in here and put it in, twist it, and you'll start feeling it slowing down, and then you just hold it and it's good to go. And then all your fittings, we always level them. So, and what he'll do too is we'll come in here, we'll assemble this fitting, get this one all hooked up, and that way it's stable, and then we'll go to the next one, and keep it going. We can't just build this out, you know, and then throw it all in at the same time. That's very difficult. So we'll just go from each to each, and pretty simple. This right here, again, it's our 2-inch reducer. It's a 2-inch threaded to a 2-inch coupling, and then we just glued that in as well. Glued piece of pipe, turn, done. And then he left enough room here to put our drain in as well. We use all bell ends. It was a 3-inch, it's probably about 3 inches of coupling. So it's really big. It makes everything just a lot more sturdy and solid. It's the reason we don't use flex. We just want everything to be a lot more put together. The drain, excuse my handwriting. Always mark as you go. This piping is extremely confusing if you don't do it right, because we already ran the drain wrong. The drain needs to be on that side. It's not that big a deal. We just got to cut it, put a coupling in, and just change it over there. But I'll put this right here too, okay. I'm just gonna mark it all right here. return skimmer. All right, here we go. Always keep your pipes out of the dirt if possible. So one trick I was going to show you guys, when you guys do any piping of any kind, conduit, plumbing, always pull your pipe. Keep it long, pull, so you're not pushing it and you're just getting dirt in the ends. In here we're just lifting it up, keeping it out of the way, and then we're just gluing it and just making it a lot easier. Alrighty guys, we're gonna do the last step here in getting this plumbing wrapped up. It's our little, we call it our test unit. So we're gonna put all the pipes together, glue them all together, and test them. So I'm gonna let you guys watch Jesus do it. Of course, I'm gonna kind of cut through all the nonsense, but you guys get the idea of what's going on. And then I'm gonna kind of walk you through what we're doing. Nothing's necessarily, the only thing that's exact here is our distance apart. We're gonna go 8 inches on center. And so other than that, our heights don't necessarily matter, just enough to get out of the ground. So our pad's gonna be about the same height here. So we'll go up, you know, maybe 2 foot out of the ground just to get them up, because they'll all get cut off later. And so we can reach them and stuff like that. And then we got our board here that we squared with the pool. So let's just, let's get to work here. Alrighty, pretty simple. You've got everything in, your T's, everything's linked together. And then what we're gonna do is put a rubber fitting here with our test kit and test them all. So pretty straightforward here, nothing crazy, just very simple. Just making sure we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna label every one of our lines there. We'll go ahead and do that. Now we're onto the drains out here. Very nice, you already got this one glued?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 inch. Perfect.
1.5 by 2 inch.
Yeah, 1.5 by 2 inch. Yeah. Very nice. That's them. That's prepped. Both of these are just hand tight and glued, primered, and then we'll connect them. 2 feet, right there. You can pull from the stakes. Yeah, 2 feet's good.
Sure? Alright.
Drains are done. They're pretty simple. We got them 2 foot away. 2 foot gives us enough room. You have to come in the center. That's code. Equal pressure. And then come out and in. That's why we set that piece right there. Told you guys I'd show you why, and this is it. So you can come 90 over, and come in. If you do it directly where you need it, it makes it very hard to just kind of do fittings all the way around. So definitely easier. We'll move the pump over here so it's ready for concrete. We can pour it when we pour the slab, and we're looking good. We just tied in the drain with a 90. Simple. Very easy simple system here. So that's it, we're done. Slides in right where it needs to be. That wraps that up. Alrighty guys, we're gonna start with our couplings, threaded coupling here, and our PVC. Get it all glued nice. Twist it around real good. Okay. Grab one of these. And we're gonna go right here. I already got that one done over there. So you gotta make sure that these got extensions on them. Okay. Very important because you got the lights coming in and out. And if, depending on your light, you gotta make sure you do it according to that. So what our pen tears got like 2.5 or so inches on the back, so this will give us plenty. Some you need a lot more maybe, so you gotta just make sure that you're ready to go, and everything's good and you got enough room. There we go, nice and tight coupling here. You could do this in 2-inch if you just get a 2-inch reducer threaded. We actually didn't have enough. We had only 2, so I was like, well, I've got everything for 1.5 inch, so no problem there. We'll just do that. 3.5 inch by 3/4 reducer. Here. Glue it up good. Kind of give it a little twist and push it. What we're gonna do to ensure that we get the lights in what good and it's easy to pull them, we're actually gonna put them in tomorrow on the next video when we do the backfill and the grade. So be looking out for that video, but that'll be our final test, because we do want to make sure that everything is good. You know, we don't want to just go willy-nilly, as much as we can anyway, right? Obviously, if you're doing gunite pools, you can't, but we can. So, we will. Yes, you can use PVC glue for a conduit. It works very well, actually. Okay, solid. That's that one. It's a pretty simple system, guys. Nothing too complicated. All right, guys, a little trick. This is what we're gonna do to keep our conduit as flexible as possible. So basically, we got everything glued really well. It's set up a little bit. And we're just gonna come in here, bend them in. Now, making sure that all those are glued as well. We don't want to put too much pressure on those fittings. And then we're good to go. That's going to help us with our radius from here going that far. And we're just going to cheat it a little bit, you know? And one, it obviously gives us more room, but two, we're able to not have to use that many 90s. We're only going to use 6 90s on this one. So, makes it a lot better. Like I said about the PVC, make sure you're not pushing your conduits any, making sure no dirt gets in there. So the last thing you want is there to be a little rock or something in there to where there's a big problem. Alrighty everyone, plumbing is finished. So what we have are skimmers, drain, return, slide, and that will get us all the way wrapped up here. We had to move those lights over. No big deal. That way they're at the end of the equipment slab. Jesus is going to come back tomorrow and do a test on it. So everything is looking good here. The drains look good. Slide looks good. Returns. It's all looking real good, and it's just this project's coming along really nicely. So if you guys got any questions, comment below. Here we are on the project. We had a massive rainstorm. So as we go through the backfill on this project, this just got really interesting, and it's just going to be a complete disaster, to be honest. But I'll be able to show you guys a good example of what we do when a lot of mud caves in. So we're going to do our best at the moment to clean up everything. It's not going to be perfect, but it will be really good, and then we'll begin to put gravel on top. So all these pipes floated up, filled up with water, mud everywhere. This was 4 foot full of water here, at least 4 foot. We had some, James already started a little bit of rock, but it's definitely a whole deal. So lots to do. So we're gonna get to work. Not exactly how I wanted to start off my Monday.
Whoa. It's flooded underneath the rock, dude.
Well, yeah. Oh, that's heavy. All right, we've got pretty much as much mud as we can get out of here. We're gonna go ahead, while he's finishing up, I'm gonna start burying these pipes. Show you guys how I do it. Nothing crazy, it's not very complicated. I'm just gonna dump a layer. Going to continue to hit back underneath of those pipes as I'm throwing gravel down. I'm putting a little bit at a time and just making sure that there's enough on there to where he can shovel, and then just pack underneath. And I'm also trying to keep this dirt as clean as possible, because you're going in and out, man. It just creates this, look at it, like, it really is a pain. It's one of the reasons I hate working when it's muddy. There's kind of nothing I can do about it, to be honest. I'm trying to get everything done here on a timeline, but I just had to walk out and scoop the mud out, throw it out, and I don't know, just keep going, because it's just the way it is, man, unfortunately. Alrighty guys, we're here next day. Concrete guys are here. We're gonna be doing the liner track here. James is propping up that so they can get underneath, but I've already gone around, pulled the string line off. Looking good here. Gonna pull these screws off really fast. We're gonna go ahead and install this entire liner track. I'm gonna show you guys the whole 9 yards. Four corners. Alrighty guys, this is what we're gonna do. So I'll go ahead and start off the middle. I put in my form, right, just guess it middle wise. And then we'll put a couple screws in it. This is a pretty simple system. Put it tight, screw. And we're gonna put them every 12 to 16 inches. Got that tight. Alrighty. Alrighty, we're just gonna bend this around, just like that. I'm gonna put these just a little bit closer. These ones are definitely a lot more tricky because they want to bend. I don't really like them, but it's kind of is what it is. And if they bend a lot, put some more screws in it, keep it as straight as possible, and we're just gonna work our way around here, make sure that's tight. It's about as tight as that's gonna get. Put that in. Everyone, one on each corner. That way it's fastened in there really well. We're on to our next one. So that way we're not wasting anything and we're just keeping it moving. We only want to make one cut. You know, we don't want to like go from corner to corner and then, you know, cut the middle. You know what I mean? You just want to like wrap this all the way around and make one cut. Because if you just do the corners, if you set the corners, then you do like the fill in the middle, you're gonna have to cut it. And you don't want to cut it. So definitely don't want to do that. It's a waste of time. All right, unfortunately, we're gonna have to, I've been using miscellaneous bunch of screws. I like the bigger ones a little bit better. They hold a little bit more. So if you're gonna use smaller ones like these tiny ones I got, just put them more often. Been getting calls here and there, it's just throwing off the video, but anyway, we're on this corner again. So far so good. Looks like we're only gonna have to cut one, which is what I planned. See, I'm gonna put these a lot closer. You know, there's a lot of weight going on here with the concrete to lock this in and all that, but these screws primarily are holding up your liner. So these things are not that straight, right, because of the cutting, the notches. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and cut it. Like I said before, if I don't have to, I won't. But you know, these things are just so they're just not that straight, you know what I mean? And it just makes it a lot more difficult. So if I can, I will. And also, you got, you know, if you got enough length and you got the freedom to just kind of go do whatever you want, that makes it a lot nicer too. Because sometimes you just, like, we have just enough to where we don't got to worry about it. So we're good as far as that goes. Alrighty guys, that's it. Super easy. I mean, this is a very simple process, you know. Just a matter of screwing it down, making sure there's enough screws, making sure everything's tight against the walls. Very easy. So we're gonna go on to our bonding before we do Z-forms. When I talk about innovating and just progressing, this is a new process for us. We're actually, let me grab this right here. We screw in our bonding lug. That's how we've always done it. But just we've found a better method. Actually, where's the bolt at? So actually, one of you guys, one of the subscribers, said, "Hey man, you want to do this like a lot better?" And you guys know, I mean, I like doing stuff a lot better. Just having a better product. He said you need to get a stainless steel nut and washer, and you need to put it on there, and you're gonna have a lot better bond, because basically what you're doing is that screw it's not on there very well. And I'm like, all right, we'll try it. That's super tight. Yeah, because like when you put these on, it wants to be loose a little bit. And I always did think, I'm like, you know, I wonder what a better way was. And something so simple as just putting a a bolt in. We got to bond every piece. All right, that's it. We're gonna continue on, get all these in, and then we're gonna run the copper. All right, guys, we are on the Z-form install. James is doing the bonding. So I'm gonna show you guys what we're doing there. I'm gonna kind of do both at the same time. We're just gonna do the bases today, but when we do concrete in that video, we are going to show you how we do the rest of the Z-forms. And I have to split it up that way just because of our schedule and how we do it anyway. You could go ahead and do the whole install, or if you're doing Stegmeyer, you know, you do it all before the concrete pour. But we're actually a couple days you know, before the actual pour. That's why I'm doing it this way. So get yourself a rubber mallet, pop them in. So I got the corner in. What I want to do is, I don't want to cut anything yet. So let me think here. If I've got a short one, yeah. Give me a short one here. These have all been completely butchered from, you know, using them on and off and experimenting. I put these Z-forms through the paces for sure. See if this will work. Actually, that might work. Yeah, that'll work. So that's why they're cut up and some are broke, and that's just kind of wear and tear with these things after you've used them long enough. But the angles are for fiberglass, that's why I've got them on there. Yeah, that is not gonna work. Aha! Perfect. Just got the perfect distance. After I get you guys the initial setup here, I'm gonna go ahead and lay these all out, but I just want to kind of get you guys get the understanding of what's going on here. Okay, now because I did that, well, yep, we're gonna need a longer corner. I'm gonna start right here on one end, bring it inside, go ahead and get it tapped in there all the way. Gotta be careful, these will want to break on you. See, it's already broke. I'm gonna pull it as I kind of shift it in. Another one broke. It's just, man, you know, it is kind of what it is with these 6-inch corners. They are extremely rough on the Z-forms, and I wish there was a better way, but there just isn't. So you're not going to get it all the way in. You know, they just don't make them unless you go ahead and cut it, which I could do, but it's fine to have that. That's not a big deal. So just keep that in mind. You know, unfortunately, it is what it is. All right, so that's kind of the basics. This is a very simple system, guys. It's just popping in and setting them. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get these things hammered all the way in, and then we are going to start taping, and I'm gonna show you guys what I do with all that, and then start assembling the riser and the side pieces. All right, so we've got our copper pulled in. We're gonna go put a bond clamp. So our bond clamping pattern is one on each corner, one in the middle, okay? So we've got it clamped really tight, and then we put the copper in and tighten it. And then we're gonna go from, just kind of do a zigzag pattern, and put it in the bond clamp it down, easy. This is a pretty simple system, nothing crazy. We've already done all the bonding clamps. I call these bonding lugs, and then I call these bonding clamps. So whatever you know you want to call them, but we're just making sure, you know, we get like a 3-foot grid, but also once it's tied into the rebar, it's going to go all the way around, because this will be tied into more rebar to more rebar. and it's gonna be really good. So when he finishes up, I'll show you the last few bits of it. All right guys, here we are. Just put the last one in. This thing's gonna keep pulling on this until we get our system fixed. We have to put in a little stand. We're gonna show you that. So on the flexibles, we're gonna put this vinyl tape on. It's kind of necessity. I'm gonna put it over this one. This one's actually a little loose, so I'm gonna go ahead and just tape it, just because, you know, I don't want to have any issues, you know. Go ahead and throw some more tape here. Now what I like to do now, because this is really tight, I'm gonna come here and cut this just a little bit. Okay, because man, when you pull these things off, you want everything to be tip-top, good shape here. And these things are really tight, so you just want to make sure that you're giving yourself the best chance, and also not compromising it, because that's a very real thing. So that's why I'm showing you guys, because I know what I'm doing here, because I've done this so many times. I've made all the mistakes. I've did all the experimentation that you guys don't have to. So I'm gonna walk around every seam. This all-purpose foil tape from Home Depot. This tape is from our supplier. Now on these bigger gaps, I don't want to cut them because we use these for our fiberglass. So that's why I like to use foil tape, because it's very rigid and it's going to bridge the gap. So I'm going to put about 4 pieces and you'll be just fine. If you want to put more, go ahead. But then plus our form's going to come out to like right here. So there's just going to be like a little gap right there, and that's not going to do anything. So I know all this is experience again. That's why you just need to do exactly what I'm telling you to do. Don't deviate from the plan unless you want to go extra and beef it up. But you know, in this case, I just do exactly what I'm telling you, because it's all going to matter when you go to strip these forms. Everything is critical that it's the way I'm showing you, because last thing you want to do, man, is be struggling with Z forms, pulling them off. I've done that, been there, done that, and it's a lot, you know. All right, guys, a couple things to keep in mind when doing this. We're gonna leave our room for the corner. James still has to build that support, but we're gonna go ahead. We want to we want to overlap all of our joints here. So I'm gonna go ahead and put these mostly down, because we still gotta put the rubbers inside. But I just want to make sure all my joints are overlapped, and that's really gonna bond everything together, you know, really strong. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get these in. That one goes in. You can have a little bit of a gap on these. It's not the end of the world. What little gap there is, we'll make up with the rubbers, the liners, so on and so forth, you know. Pretty simple system. This isn't too complicated. Come tight. Leave a little gap. Oh, missed it. And right there. Put a little piece in here. Kind of keep it bent here. Bend it, push it down, bend, 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 push, push, push. And got it. Make sure nothing's sticking in. Just like that, guys. Easy. So now what I'm thinking about too is we're gonna bring this hose in here and pump the bottom, pump this. What we're gonna end up doing is probably putting in a couple blocks. We'll probably build those before we leave. That way the hose can rest on top of them. I was originally gonna pull the Z forms up and then just run it over the edge. And I was like, you know, I really don't want to do that. So I'm thinking, and that's what I've come up with so far. Because man, that hose, if it gets on these Z forms, it will completely just destroy them. It'll just rip them out to shreds. So we gotta think about that in the process here as well. Get in there. Nope, missed one right there. Push that down like that. Flex the form a little bit, and there we go. Got this assembled. Go ahead and bond this. Okay, there. So we've got some flex here. Okay. So we can just leave it. Now basically what we're gonna do on Thursday is, I've got the railing there, the ladder. We're gonna measure. Last time I measured, I have it in my notes, I believe it's 17 inches to the center of the edge of the pool, or the coping. And so, because you know, you got this ladder, goes in and it comes down, goes in, comes down, and against the wall, so you don't want it like way in or way out. You'll have an issue. So you want it just right. I mean, there's an inch or two to play with, but that there is good. All right, guys. So pretty much, we're gonna go ahead and just bond this thing right here. Now, actually, funny enough, this pool does not get an inspection for bonding. Crazy enough. So we don't have to worry about that. This is deeper here. I've probably got 5 inches of concrete on this section. Just a little deeper. It just ended up that way, and I was gonna actually dig it out anyway. But that way your diving board is set into more concrete. I'd prefer it that way. But that's gonna pretty much be it. Every lug is bonded, every piece, obviously, because the lugs are. That's bonded, that's bonded. If we're doing a handrail, we do the exact same thing. Anything metal, unless they're plastic, but actually the plastic ones have screws in them too, so those get bonded anyway because of the handrail in general. So all of it gets bonded, but that's it, man. That's the deal for the bonding and the Z-forms. So that is the complete process for the base of the Z-forms for the bonding. Again, the bonding is over here, rolled up behind the forms, and we'll have it stuck through. Right now it's not in the slab. Actually, I'll probably just leave it right where it's at. Every situation is different, but normally we put it in the slab. So again, it just depends. That's it. Until we do concrete, we won't be setting the rubbers, so be sure to look out for that video. We're going to be doing that. You know, everything's prepped over there. We have a couple things to do for concrete before we pour, so we'll do all that on the day of the pour. All right, you guys, recap for the day. Forms are set. Everything is straight, leveled. We've got an inch pitch on our 3-foot and about an inch and a quarter on our 5-foot. Everything looks good there. All of our bonding is in, all of our Z-forms. The main section is done, taped up, ready to go. All we have to do is put the rubbers in and the ties, which I'll show you that on the next video. We're going to put another 2x4 here underneath. They didn't do it, but it's okay. They'll do it tomorrow. We'll have to probably patch these holes later. That was unfortunate. We just have to be able to mount that. You know, we don't want there to be an issue there. The bonding is all done. Everything has got clamps in it, ready to go. Now we don't need an inspection, but this is exactly what we would do if we were getting an inspection anyway. And this is by code, per code. So everything is done well and everything is bonded. This is bonded. All we have to do now is put the grid in itself, and we will do that on the day of the pour. So everything is lined up, ready to go. Our plan before concrete gets here is get this mud cleaned out. We already got this drained. We have to get these re-leveled and reset. We're gonna double check our string lines, make sure those are correct, and then we're gonna go ahead and set the Z-forms. Now we already got this done. This is good. We'll do the collars. Actually, we'll probably do the collars as well. Normally the concrete guys do them, but we got time. We'll go ahead and do them. So we're gonna wait for this to dry out just a little bit. We've got time today. Concrete's late, which normally I don't like it to be this late, but to get this project moving, we had to do it. So we're gonna wait till this dries a little bit, and then we'll get going. All right, guys, that's the install. It's super straightforward. You know, you just throw them in, push them down, super easy. Cut the last one, and those are all installed. Now James is gonna go ahead and drill. So pretty much what we're gonna do here is, I'll give you guys a demonstration. We're gonna go ahead and just drill right in the center. It's actually a little hole there already. So we don't have all the ties we want. Actually, Miguel is bringing some, so, but I'm gonna show you guys what we're doing here. So that's the tie. We'll go ahead and just drill that. I got these extra little screws. These are 1/4 inch. Just kind of using up some stuff I don't need in the trailer. Go in here, pull it, hold it, and bend it, just like that. All right, guys, that's it. So if you guys watching the build series, you know, I've had 2 ways to do this. Some I put in a 4-inch pipe, and we fill that with foam, or I cut out a section. And I told you guys in the last video that I'm gonna start going back to that. Just because this will work, but that's way better, you know what I mean? And not a big fan, but it'll work. It works really well. And then also what I'm doing is, you guys can also see like there's gaps underneath of here. Well, the grout mix that we put in here is really good stuff, really strong stuff. So we will throw in there and pack underneath all that to get that last little bit that's underneath of there. And then this will all get filled in as well. So no need to worry there for structure and all that. It'll be just fine. So he went ahead and cut a little piece of conduit, so that works too. It's just super easy, little template. Boom, boom, boom. Hit it all. Okay. There, we'll get some expansion foam, and we're gonna put in that, so that's all covered up. Alrighty, guys, we're gonna do these skimmers. Got some free time. I'll go ahead and set them. I'll show you guys how I set mine. This is all these little pieces, you know, at the end of the day, whether your pool is, you know, any mistake gets covered up by concrete. You know, the concrete hides a multitude of sins, so to speak. So that concrete needs to be done right, and everything around it needs to be done right. So this has a notch in it. We're gonna start there. And this right here, we'll start on this side. I do love these vinyl liner skimmers because you don't need a collar. Right there. Okay, get a piece and hold it. Just unbulletproof system to where it's never gonna move. It will move, but this is really good. And your concrete guys need to know that. These concrete guys get a little rough, man. You gotta watch them for sure. Okay. See that? I mean, that's solid, you know? That really is solid, so. We got one more to do over here. Real quick, I wanted to mention to you guys, when you do these, make sure they are not high. They have a tendency to move a little bit. That one's perfectly done. They're both perfectly done, but just make sure that they do not get high on you, because that's the last thing you want. Yep, can live with that. All right, guys, one last final step is we're gonna go ahead and clean these and tape them. Just throw some duct tape over them. Like a little frost sketch, you want to call that? It's not really small, but So we're just like concrete inside these areas. It's not the work is just going off. Getting concrete through and all that. Just going off. All I do is just going to Trent. Just going to take inside concrete and just there you go. All right, everyone. Everybody's here. Concrete guys are here. Pablo's doing a fantastic job getting all the rebar laid. C-forms. We're going to put those ties in real quick. Over here, we're just doing a little bit of adjusting on the forms, and then everything is going good here. Here as well. We have concrete ordered. We have 13 yards coming, and all of our sonotubes are cut, looking good. We got nacho on the sump tube, so that's good. Make it pretty. And we need to go ahead and tape these off over here as well. So some little minor things, and we'll start pouring. All right, guys, concrete is underway. We are about to drop the hose in the hole and get going. So everything is ready. One thing I'm gonna be talking about a lot of things throughout this pour, what we're looking for during the pour, making sure everything goes off without a hitch. I know a lot of this concrete pour is not gonna be me showing you how to finish concrete per se, but the process of everything, you know, because at this rate, we hire professionals, right, to help us. We've got a team. We've been working with Pablo for years, and that's kind of how we operate. We get the best of the best to do each sector of the job that we need. So let's get into it. It doesn't have to be perfect past the line, just a little bit, you know. After that, it can be bunched up. Actually, I want to fill up there, but it's okay. He doesn't know what he's doing? Oh, that's great. That's all we need today. I've got some newbies on the job pouring concrete, the truck, so it is what it is. But everything's going good. The concrete's good enough. Right now it's wet, which is good. We've got mid-range in it, and so we've got some chemicals to make it strong even though it's wet. 4,000 pump mix here, so everything's good. We second truck's on, is pumping now, pouring now. The bottom's down. We are having a little water down here. That is a big issue, but it'll be all right. We'll figure it out. We should only have 5 more yards to pour 6, but we've got 7 in the truck, so we should be good on concrete. We should only have a yard, half a yard to spare. So everything's going good. That's it. What? It's good. Good. No ties. You guys can see the torture that these forms can go through. You know, when you're pouring, they just get a lot of beating back and forth. So the great thing about these E-forms is the plastics that really holds them, and then you got that tie. That's a Stegmeyer tire, by the way, that really holds everything together. Now, if you do a styrofoam, the only way to make them right is to use 1-bys. People say you can do it with styrofoam with no 1-bys in the back, but I've seen it, and so to each their own. But this product right here, this is a reusable product, so you know you're gonna invest a lot of money into it, but it's gonna be better. What do you think? Good. Oh man. It's good. You got it? You don't want it too high. Is it good? Okay, I don't want it too high now. What are you doing? Oh, yeah, wait. Next time that's fine as long as it's not. It's good. Yeah. Let me see here. It's good. We'll just clean it later. That one needs to come up. Well, it's a, yeah, can you come up? Up a little bit more, Tubi?
I didn't even move it.
All right. Nah, I ain't gonna do nothing, it's fine. All right, guys, we're all down. We got a little bit of a chaotic thing going on there, but we're good. We're just trying to move quick, you know. You're just making it happen, you know, whatever it is, you know, we just move. So, the last bit, we do have little piles here. We'll clean those up later. The slab, equipment slab's done. Pours down. Everything's looking good. And we have, oh, about a yard, he said, no more than a yard left. And that's good for me. I can live with a yard max too. That just means that we're good to go. It's better than being short. You being short, you run into so many issues, and of which I have no time for today. All right, so our plan to try to make this work, look at this. Look at the water it's coming out. See that? Perfect. Pablo's making fun of us. Hey, apologize. No, I'm just kidding. It worked. All right, guys, we're doing some finishing right now. They're struggling, to be honest with you, you know. So here's the deal. Guys. We ran into some issues that we are going to eliminate in the future. Now, we are going to get this concrete done. It's going to look good. You know, there are some things we could have done better. So here's the list. So the humidity is 44%, low humidity. We're not used to low humidity here. We should have soaked this subgrade a lot more. That's for sure. Secondly, we are not pouring this late again, because when you have low humidity, it's hot, and you're pouring a 4,000 line pump mix, you're asking for trouble. Now, we do have evaporation control. We're working that in and letting it do its process, and that's helping for sure. But the recipe for next time, if this happens, is we pour early, we completely saturate the subgrade, and we put evaporation control on right after we bull float and let it set up for 20 minutes. Let it bring that water to the top. And then we'll use either a water reducer or a 1% retarder. We can with probably straight cement. You know, I've heard that straight cement cures out better. I've messed with the fly ash some, but I think I'm seeing that more often. So definitely probably going to be sticking to straight cement. But you can't pour straight cement out here like this. It would just run off on you like a ton of bricks. And so the biggest issue we're having now is like the surface is dry, it's sticky, but underneath is not. It's very soft. So that's what we do. You know, I've called some guys that have been in the industry for 20, 30 years plus, guys that are very knowledgeable in this industry, and that's what we've come up with. So that's what we're going to do next time. We'll definitely, because if this low humidity keeps up for the next couple weeks, we're going to be hitting the same on our next pool. So this is going to be good to know, and you guys follow along on the channel, you'll know what happens. So stick around, find out, right? And we're going to do our best to get this thing finished up, making it look good for the customers. They already love it, and it's not even finished, so that's a good thing. So yeah, that's the update. That's it. All poured out, looking good. All the joints look nice. Everything's done. Is the pump working? All right, pump's working. And we are looking good. Early in the morning, about to pour this bed. So we've got a lot of prep work done. Had a bunch of gravel here. We're going to soak it down. We've already compacted it with the hand tamper, and we're looking good. So we went ahead and did a couple things. We've got our line strung up for our corners, and then we're going to be keeping this pump going all the time. This is definitely going to be the biggest issue, and that's for sure. So we got a bunch of rock here to kind of help with that. As you know, this mud, if you put too much in there, it's going to have a tendency to fall down without it setting up. So we want to just kind of combat that, put some rock in there. All right, there's a lot that I'm going to go over when we start actually pouring. For the most part, it's pretty simple. Run to the lines, run to the line up here, which is actually very hard to see. We'll probably run some string lines maybe, yeah. There's a line right up there on the edge there. We'll run a string line on that because that's very hard to see. It's just simple as that. We're going to start with the wings here, and we're going to work our way down along with this here. We're going to hit all of our corners, hit all of our heavy stuff, do all the thickest stuff first so it sets up. This mix I got coming should be setting up very, very fast. So this is going to be the story of the day, guys. Keeping this thing going. Oh man. There we go. Hear all the rocks. It's a tough gig when you do this, you know. I gotta figure out a lid system or something here, but anyway, we're looking good. Oh man, that's beautiful. Oh, I love Scottsburg, man. That's good, huh? Yeah. That's real nice. All right, here we go. We're getting it. This is working out really, really nice. Just dropping this mud is just beautiful. It's a little more wet than it was when we started, but I'm not complaining because it's beautifully dry. So we got a little makeshift ladders made up. And then Tubi's gonna be getting this edge in. We got a line snapped. And then actually the line on the back, but we got our lines there, and we're just gonna spread it, man. I mean, this is just a matter of some concrete skill and just making this work. We're gonna work this up, screed it. A lot of you guys doing this might do it probably just a dry pack mix. So when we do a dry pack mix, we do a 1-to-7 ratio, maybe 1-to-6. One shovel cement, 6 sand, and then I can't remember what the mix on vermiculite is. I think it's 1 shovel vermiculite, maybe 2. But I'm sure there's some guy in the comments. There's a couple guys that watch that do that mix. They'll probably contribute into there, but I can't remember. It's been so long. I've used this pre-mix stuff for so long now, I forgot. But we're just gonna keep it going. Boy, I love early morning pours, man. Doing these pours in the middle of the day. We did this one in the middle of the day. If you guys watch the channel, man, it's just, I'll pass. I'm good. Throw it, don't like splat it. We're gonna do all this at the same time. It just makes it a little bit easier. At the very minimum, you guys can have this to where it hovers. You know what I mean? Like, it don't have to be exactly dead on that line. You want that's a benchmark, but at the end of the day, if it goes a little bit loose, hovers a little bit, you're fine, because that means it's just a tad bit bigger and you got more room for that line to just fit in there nicely. A lot of you guys didn't know, I mean, we got our starting vinyl liners, so this is kind of like what we do. Make sure we're under there good, packed. We're gonna do our best. You got a massive, massive, massive hump in the middle up there. What? Help you? What do you want me to do? Your back no good? Oh, you want me to do up there? Because this got to go from the middle there. Huh? You're gonna have to start from like right there again. Because that's not. Yeah, give me that. Go up there, get up there. It ain't too much. I don't know, you guys put like, you spent 30 minutes in this section adding mud and you put like way too much. Ah. There you go. Rework it. It's all you, man.
They got enough.
Yeah.
They got enough over there.
It's gonna go in last. We're gonna leave that section and we're gonna start up here. So.
Oh, we're just gonna shovel. We're not having to move it. I see.
It's Mexican proof.
They're line 4.
I did. It all melted. All right, guys, we're getting there. What I'm checking is over there they had a massive hump, and you got to watch that. Over here is good. Over there, you know, that'll really mess up your liner. Really push it out and make your liner a lot smaller, a lot bigger, I should say. So that's very important. Like I said before, it can always be a little bit too far. So it's just a little bit bigger. Can't be smaller. You do not want this to be smaller. So we'll make sure those corners look good, man. Hey, Tubi, take it down a little bit more. It's still high. Like a ½ inch. Yeah. More. Yeah, right there. Yeah, a little bit more on the right side.
Gravel?
No, we're gonna leave it till the end. We're gonna pump it out.
Yep.
In a tropical storm, it was pouring for like 8 hours and they poured anyway. And they just kept finishing it with all the water. So if you go to Hawaii to buy a house, don't build it yourself. Or, dude, the concrete is shot. Yeah, right.
Ready? Go.
All right. Unplug it. Come on. All right, beautiful, guys, beautiful. Get that concrete to dry. Any water that seeps up, we'll gum on the slab, and then that's gonna be dry by the time it does any kind of damage with that water. So it's already drying pretty good. Like up here, like it's, you know, making barely a fingerprint. Okay. It's looking good though. We put about, we're gonna put 3 gallons in this load. I wanted it a little more wet. But we're, I mean, simply just following the line. We're gonna screed it this way, screed it off the edge so it gets a perfectly flat bottom. But that's one thing great about this too, is it's already dry. If this is not dry and wet, you have a tendency to round over that corner more, and it just makes it so much nicer. But I'm trying to get this mix where I want it without getting too crazy on water. I got a 16-foot screed to where we can get that middle done. I was gonna do a line, but you know, you gotta screed it anyway, so I got a straight 2x4 and we're ready to go. It's good. Having a splashing problem right now. It's getting everywhere, which it happens, but right when you wet it down. But in order to make this easier and faster, we need to wet it down. It's just, it's a must, you know.
Keep it going slow.
I always watch the last little bit, that way I know it's good, you know. Sometimes you do all this work, everything looks good, and the last little section, it gets a hump or a dip or whatever, so I'm just checking it, making sure we're good. It's gonna start flooding here in about, I don't know how long, but good thing about this mix is it's so, got so much cement, you know, it's just dry. Like right there is hard. So down there, it's gonna be hard, maybe about an hour. Because I mean, it is getting a lot of water. All that blue water is coming down, and it's like, it's just soaking that, so it's not gonna dry as fast, but it'll dry hard. And then at the worst, if any damage happens, it'll just take off a very, just thin layer. Just a thin layer, and it's not gonna do anything, just like a tiny bit of cream, huh? Yeah, exactly. Hey, James! Hey, I told Jamie if he wanted to borrow our plate compactor, if he fixed the cord, he could borrow it. So he fixed it.
You fixed what?
He fixed the cord, the pull cord. It was hanging out. I told.
If he bought it, he had to fix the pull cord.
Yeah. So he did. So hey, man honors his word. That's what I'm talking about. That's worth it. I've been putting that off forever. Shoot. There's the water. It's coming out like a little fountain. Look at that. Look at that. Good night. Look at that water, huh? Crazy. No. It's not gonna work. Look at that, huh?
Right there.
No, here. Okay, what's up in there? It stopped it for now.
There's the water plus. The water plus. The water stop.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we need hydraulic cement. That's what we need. Here it comes.
Hydraulic water stop.
Yeah, hydraulics, what we need.
Yeah. No good.
It's fine. Let me think here. We're gonna make it worse here. Okay. Just finish it. It's good. We'll put hydraulic cement in it. That'll help it. That's wild how it comes out like that.
We're gonna have to redo it. Dang, that is flowing.
Dude, isn't that wild? It's just coming out like a fountain, dude. All the pressure, everything is stopped up and holding. That's where it's coming out at, which is very interesting. I don't know how well that's gonna work, but tomorrow I'm gonna bring hydraulic cement and pop it in there and it'll stop it. I wonder what it'll do everywhere else. See, it's coming up right there too. I'm gonna do a video, hold on. It's finished up. Looking good, ready for the liner. Looking beautiful. Well, everyone, that wraps it up for the day. We've got everything finished up. All of our lines looking good. We did another finish on here. This whole bottom, there's a lot to it, man. Everything's dry, and you can see where it's pretty much hard as rock over there. We did get the water did come up through. You can see it just flowing in like a fountain. So we're gonna get some hydraulic cement tomorrow. So that'll stop that, but it'll start to come out everywhere else too. But you know, we'll just have to deal with that. And I've got an idea of how we're gonna keep this water out when we set the liner. So when we get the water in, everything will be all right. So that'll be on the next video. But welcome to how to plumb a swimming pool equipment pad, and this is everything you're going to need to know for this process. So you know, there's a lot of ways to do this, and this is how we do it here in the Midwest, in the Indiana area. I get comments all the time, guys from LA or Texas, whatever, say, you know, you're not doing it right, or that's not how we would do it, that's not how I'd pass code. The reality of it is, for us, is we don't have any codes on equipment and the pool except for setbacks and inspections for the bonding. So it's pretty loose around here. So, but our goal is to make everything just seamless and run properly. All right, so let's jump into it. All right, so you see Jesus down here. We've got all the fittings on each, the pump, the filter, the heater. You guys, how the flow goes, wait till the end of the video. I'm going to kind of give you a little more detail live on this video. I'm doing a little voiceover here. But for now, the plan here is to just hook it all up and make sure everything is square, even, making sure you're using a good medium body set glue, something you can get at Home Depot, Lowe's, and you know, your Menards. Actually, we just want to make sure everything's level. You see Jesus down here, he's a beast at the equipment pad, but we've got that T going in there, and that's going to connect to our suction, so everything is sucking in through the pump. All right, well, we've got a line for the skimmers, and we have a line for the drains. So we've got two skimmers on this project. If you guys watch the build series on this video, so this is not only going to be part of the build series, but if you guys are just looking for a video on plumbing and really understand, you know, how plumbing goes, you know, this video is going to be perfect for you guys. Also, really quick, check out the mentor program below, guys. If you guys are looking for someone to train you in your business or start a new business, right? Or, you know, and what I mean by existing business is if you are a, you know, custom home builder or a landscaper and you want to get into the pool industry, I am the guy for you, and I can help you guys, train you guys, mentor you guys. Also in business, if you guys are struggling, I can coach you guys as well. So check out the mentor program below. But what I'm using here are these beautiful union valves, and man, they're amazing. So they screw on both ends, so you can replace them later, and so you can take them apart and feed antifreeze down them. That's my favorite part about these. So these are Colonials. The brand is Colonial on these guys. So we love them. But to make a pad look the best, we do the best we can on you know, where it's at in the pad and all that. We try to make sure we do a very good job making this square and making it really tight. So what he's doing, he's just adjusting. Give himself some room, Jesus here. again, we have all of the, I guess it'd be called unions too. Everybody calls them unions. Everything's called unions, man. Or I guess these are called ball valve, ball valves, these colonials, right? And then the unions are what screw onto the pump and the filter and all that. So we've got it going from the top of the pump, that's our outlet. So we want to go up, and the reason why we want to go up is we want to give our pump a little bit of breathing room, so to speak. Helps with the flow. You don't want to like just 90 right off of your pump, because it just wear and tears on it, so just keep that in mind. And then in the middle, that's our bonding defender, and that's what the inspector around here is going to be checking, and every area they should be checking this. That's got a copper anoid, anoid in what do you want to call it, zinc anoid or bonding anoid, whatever you want to call it, inside of that clear lid on top. And then you got the copper, and that'll connect to our copper wire that we ran through the slab back into the equipment pad. So we're just getting this laid out. There's no quote-unquote right or wrong here. It just all has to work together. But every pad is kind of like a little bit different. So we just kind of take a little bit of time, adjust, figure out how we want to do this. Sometimes Jesus, it depends on what he's doing, but a lot of time he just goes like level at the top and then 45s up, which I kind of like that idea a little bit better, because it's straight. We got the homeowner there working on his panel. He's an electrician. Well, he's a lineman, but he's technically an electrician. But anyway, so he 45'd up, and then that way it keeps the pipe level, makes it look good. But each of these, depending on your system, everything is going to have an inlet and an outlet. So we went up on the top, that's our inlet on the filter, and then on the outlet at the bottom goes into the inlet of the heater. And then from the outlet of the heater, we put a check valve. There's already a check valve in the heater, but we always put an extra one just for added work when the heater, because if the heater doesn't need to be, water doesn't need to be pushing back through, right? Once it's pushed through, it's done, right? It's good. It doesn't need to be flowing back and forth. It just needs to flow one way. Pull one way, flow the other way. It doesn't need to be like going in reverse. And then this one has a salt system on it. It's supposed to be a saltwater pool. These are very expensive. I don't know if I'm a big fan of the salt system. I'll be honest. No, I'm not a big fan at all. You heard it here first, guys. You don't like them. There's more problem than they're worth. It's not a true like salt water like the ocean, But hey, that's my opinion. And a lot of maintenance guys don't like them either, for good reason. But people love them, man. They've been sold on the idea. But if it's my customer, I tell them, a tab feeder, call it a day. Again, we're just finishing it up here. But while he's doing that, you look at the top of the filter, we had to just put that thermostat gauge, or that temperature, or gauge, not temperature, but gauge. Just put a little Teflon tape, about 3 rows, and then just tighten it on really nice. Maybe like a little wrench. Got to be very easy. It's so easy to crack all that stuff up there. It's all plastic. But making sure everything is tight, all of your unions on your pump, filter, heater, all tight before you're gluing everything. And then you guys can just see, this is such a simple system here. This is not complicated, super easy, really, really easy, really DIY friendly here. I was watching a video on part 7. The guy was roasting me about how this isn't a true DIY series. I'm like, dude, what do you want on a DIY series? Some guy who's never done it before and he's going to show you how to do it, and like he's DIY? No, a company who does this for a living is professionals, and they show you how it's done so you can do it. That is what DIY should be. All right, not some guy who's like done construction and he's going to show you how to do stuff. That's ridiculous, right? That's my opinion of it. Now, it's cool and all, DIY, and these guys may do it right. I'm not saying every DIYer is no good, but again, that's kind of like the deal. So, man, that's just like wraps it up. The next thing is the power on this thing. So I'm going to show you guys the inlets and the power. Now, I always have an electrician hook it up for us, but we can, and that's what I advise for you guys. Just having, you're going to need an electrician for some of this work. You could do it all yourself, but I just recommend you do it. And if you guys need help, again, if you need help, check the comments below. Get on an email with me, and we can either I can coach you or I can point you in the right direction. I'm always willing to help. But that wraps this thing up. I mean, that is 100%. It looks beautiful. I'm going to show you guys in real time, real quick here, in a couple seconds, you know, the flow in and out. But again, check out the mentor program, guys. Thank you so much in this plumbing video. Comment below if you got any questions. Subscribe to the channel, and take it away, man. This is the equipment pad right here, really nice and clean. So we've got everything pulling and pushing. That's how I like to think of it. 2 skimmers and a drain. They all have their own union valves, and then we can shut those on and off if we need to, and then they all come into one, pull in from the pump. The pump's going to go up over into our bonding defender, down. This gives us room for the pump to get some pressure and push up instead of like comes over. It's just not as hard on the pump. That's why we do that. And then we got our filter, high horse inlet, outlet, nothing crazy. Put a little 45 here, 22.5. Just makes it a little bit easier. This is kind of the best way to do it with these heaters. Just one's up, right in, all the way in. Then we've got our check valve over here. We already had a check valve in here, but we do an extra one just for a little extra. Why not? And then comes into our salt cell, and then back into our returns and our slide, or any other supply. If you got jets, water features, whatever, they'll all go into this one. So this is looking good. The homeowner's doing all the electrical. This is pretty straightforward electrical package. Everything comes in on this back side here. Okay, we've got little inlets underneath it here. It comes into and hooks in. Pretty simple. The heater, pretty straightforward, as well. But you can always look at the instructions to do that. The bonding will go to here, this bonding lug, and then the bonding lug will go here as well. Then it'll go to this bonding defender, and then that's it. So this is the wire right here that we ran to the pool. This is all the concrete inside the concrete in the pool, so that's what's going to do all that. He ran an extra one. You don't need to for code here. This is grounded with the panel at the house, so that's why this doesn't go into the panel. That's we just want everything to look just super clean. Alrighty, what's the damage? Not horrible. It's still oozing out though. Look at that. That's super weird. It's not even that deep. It come out like 4 different spots over there. One spot right there. Very interesting. Look at all those spots. Those are all wet. It's like soaking through. That's wild. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the channel. So today we're supposed to be setting a liner. The reason I say supposed to is because it's not here yet, but it was supposed to be here. Today's Tuesday. It was supposed to be here yesterday. A lot of supposed to's around here, but hopefully it comes today, because tomorrow we have a brand new pool project we're starting, and I really need to get this liner set. So today we're going to start getting at least it prepped anyway, all the way down to the deep end. We're gonna get all the walls scraped. We're gonna get the steps scraped, grinded, anything that's like sticking up. We got like some spillover on concrete. We did have some tape pull up on our liner over here, so that's kind of a problem. We have to like cut the concrete out now. Look at that. Just on this corner is where it come up. Just on this corner it come up. So and then this right here, I gotta do a little patchwork on this one. Other than that, I mean, we're looking good here. Like, the steps are good. It's just a matter of little bits of concrete like this right here needs to be scraped. Well, that just rubs right off. So it all has to be really clean for the liner. So that's the plan for the day. Let's get to work. Alrighty, we're just gonna start scraping. James is gonna do the walls. I'm gonna do the Sunday. But get all the rough stuff off. Yeah, you know, concrete's not perfect, guys, and at the end of the day, we do our best, but we are gonna make sure that before this liner goes in, we're gonna get it as perfect as we can. Beautiful, just like that, man. I mean, it's just a little bit extra cream, you know, when we did the steps and all that. This polishing wheel is the best, man. Just makes a nice smooth finish. We'll make sure all of our corners get done here. That's Spider-Man James over there. Whoosh, against the walls. It was good. I went ahead and hit that edge. Not worried about that little crack. That's just where they meet together. It's all good there, but I just want to make sure that that was a little rounded because I don't want anything sharp on our liner. I'm gonna let you finish this, James. I'm gonna go ahead and start cutting out all the concrete in the liner bead. Okay guys, I got a couple of tools of choice. Cat's paw, chisel, screwdriver. I'm gonna start with the chisel first. Oh, sweet. This one's barely got anything in it. All right, cool. Yeah, this is definitely something that was not supposed to happen. You know, it's just one of them things, you know, where it's like, it happened, so we just gotta figure it out. So, stinker of this is just that angle when you get past the liner. You have to look in there. It's cleared. That's clear. We just gotta vacuum that out now. Perfect. Well, that was easy, wasn't it? Okay. There's no right or wrong way to do this, but I'm just gonna show you guys what I'm doing. Can I get it all? Oh man, I've had some of these, man, when the concrete's just absolutely hard as a rock. I mean, obviously that's kind of a stupid thing to say because that's concrete, but just like it just doesn't want to break, you know. Alrighty guys, I got all the corners done, cleaned out. Make sure you take special note, get those done really well. Hopefully I got them done enough. We're gonna vacuum them out, so that's a must. When you set that liner, there's nothing worse, man, nothing worse than having something in the liner. So anyway, James is taping off. We're gonna go ahead, tape off everything. We just want to kind of blend this in with the liner, you know, when we set it. Try to keep any indentions. Some people put, you know, a padding on the wall and stuff, but we don't. We got a polymer wall. It's got a nice soft, you know, feel to it, so it's not like it's concrete or steel. We don't like using steel anyway because of the rust factor, but we'll just hit the skimmers. Both of them been hit. We'll do all the seams. We don't have enough duct tape, so we're going to use a different kind of tape. But generally that's what we'd use. And then now we're pumping this out. So I think if we pump this out enough and I can get down here, I got my hydraulic cement. I'm gonna patch that hole. I think most of this water is gonna hold back, which would be perfect. And so I don't think it's gonna be too big of an issue like over time, because water is gonna work its way up and work its way back into the ground if this holds it. And then when the water gets in here and holds it, and then it'll come up the walls, and then it can go up into the footing. And then we got our sump tube pump. So there's a lot of variables there, but that's the goal. We'll see, because there's not nearly as much water as there was. Like when we started yesterday, there was like a foot. Now there's only like 3 inches, 2. And we just started pumping, so See what we got here, what the damage is. Yeah, that's rough. Good night. Okay, that's been plugged properly, so that is good. No concrete in there, that's important. No concrete in there. That's a very big deal. So ETA on the liner is noon. It came in last night at 4, so we're gonna get this thing. I mean, we'll be waiting on it, but while we're waiting on the liner, we're gonna finish up the grade for this job. You know, because this job has been a mix of working with the homeowner. And so, you know, they poured this slab here. They're gonna be putting a pool house later, but you know, he did some grade work. We're doing just a very rough grade. Yeah, he's been borrowing our equipment, so you know, it doesn't have to be. It's not going to be finished anyway. That's what he's doing. But in the contract, we just got to run dirt up all the way around the concrete, and then grade it out with the rake, and then we'll flatten out that rock up there. So, not too much work, to be honest. Alrighty, guys, here we go. This is a microbright install. This is how we install our microbrights. So every light's different. Let me see here. This gotta get cut a little bit. Okay. So we're gonna put this lubricant on. Ooh, that's a little messy. Where's my ring at? Here we go. Just so this will go on a little bit easier. Press, turn. Those will lock in. All right, that's that. Come on, little buddy. All right, we got one. Thank God. Okay, so it's pretty simple. Just kind of tuck it in and around. Grab our tape. Just go ahead and tape it up pretty good. Most of this is 100.
That's 100. I got two 150s.
I got it now.
I got it now too.
Whatever, dude. Camera died. So we're just gonna pull it through. He's gonna pull it, and I'm just gonna feed it. You gotta re-drill the front, just a hair. All right, guys. So come here. We're gonna go 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. I lied, 4.5. Pull it! Okay. Make sure those thread gets in really nice. There we go. You can cross thread them really easy. You can do this when the liner's in. I mean, we're just doing it now because it's a little bit easier, but we're gonna have to do the other 2 in the liner's in, just because we didn't account for it being so long. It was just an oversight. But we're gonna get a vacuum and just pull them through. But we're gonna get this liner set. There we go. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and blow this off. Blow in between here. Alrighty guys, it's very hot and we're working hard out here, pacing ourselves. This heat will get to you. But right now everything's blown off. We blew off the whole patio, the steps, the sun deck, everything. This lower shallow end is blown off, everything all the way down to the deep end. James is right now doing the last cleanup. Our patch is good. It is leaking a little bit of water, but that's to be expected. So we're just gonna make sure everything is clean. We want those drains clean so he seals up good. We're going to pump out some more if we need to. We actually already hit the transfer pump. That thing is working very well. So that's definitely a big relief that that's working. And it's gonna give us probably like 20 minutes maybe of working time, which are 30 minutes. So that's good. Worked really well. Plus it's really dry out here. If it had just rained or something, I mean, we would be, I don't know, we'd have a lot more issues. But so far it's not been horrible. I went ahead and ground down around the drains. The concrete got just a little bit high, so I touched that up, and then we're just gonna, you know, make it all clean. You guys obviously know what clean is. We just want as many rocks gone as possible, and when I mean as many, I mean like all of them. You know, that's why we're doing the precautions that we take, and everything is the way it is because we just want this thing to be spotless. So he's gonna continue that process. We just got the diving board set, so that is that. I'm trying to stay cool, and we'll get onto the liner. Alrighty guys, we're ready to go. Ugh, liner's going in. I think we got a 28 mil liner here. I like to do the 20s better, but they don't have a lot of color options in them, and they picked one, which I've been telling customers to pick them, you know, the thick thinner, but I don't know, I guess it didn't work out, so it is what it is. Ups is backwards?
Yeah.
You gotta love your sibling.
It's always backwards.
It's always backwards.
Every single time,
we need
dude.
to take it to the deep
Hey, how
end.
about stop?
I don't mind it. It's cool. I'm just making sure. Hold it back up. Oh, trust me. It's backwards. And this time we gotta set the steps first, and then we'll do the. Hey,
What?
the steps first.
No, just, you just leave them in there for rods.
Alright.
That's the rod system, I think.
That's not a rod. That's a.
Oh, that's just the clip-ins.
That's the groove system.
All right,
Let me see. We got my corner marks.
I got it.
You got your corners.
Yeah. Hold on. Social media, dude. Hold on a second. Gotta get the shot. All right, go. Ah, that's heavy. Dang. All right, guys. Simple as you just set it in and the pressure pulls down. It is that easy. We're gonna get this set because we just want to get it to hold. Tell you what, it is good. One good thing about these aluminums, they hold very well. I'll tell you that much. Ah.
Got it. My freaking knees are burning. Grab some cardboard, dude.
Come on, man, don't be a little baby.
Jamie said maybe they just know what they're doing.
Dude, these steps are like way.
What?
They ain't right. I don't know. Let me, before I speak, let me get in here. I mean, I ain't got to go that much more. That's like perfect, you know?
And you can slack in this corner. So I can pull down a little pad.
Yeah, I got... No.
I think the seam is supposed to be on that edge, no?
Yeah, I'm like, I got to go like big time this way. think it'll be all right, but it's just, oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's the bottom. Okay, that's better. That scared me.
You can see the bottom.
Yeah, but they put the textured on the face there at the bottom. That's not
They always do that.
well, it may have, but it threw me off.
Still can pull a little bit.
Yeah, it does need to come my way.
How much do you need?
Oh, 3 inch, 2 inches or so. I don't know.
So soft.
So nice and pliable.
Are you sure this is a 27 mil?
Yes, it is. It would be like,
I guess it's not a 20 mil. It's a stretch like some.
say it, but it's not a bad thing. That's a good thing, buddy. There's knee pads in the trailer. Yes.
Yeah, because I don't want to be old and limping at like 30.
Well, it's the concrete knee pads.
Need those garden ones, those ones you can get on anything.
Yeah.
You go down on your tomato plants, not kidding.
Oops.
Okay.
Turn it on right now.
It's cool. It's all spray foam. It's nice and
We're gonna put this fan like right here. There's gonna be like a gap in the liner in the corners, so this is kind of the best place. And then once the water gets up, then we'll transfer it over to the step where a little more air has more air pockets there normally, and then that'll be it. Like we'll just do like move it one more time.
ready?
Yeah, turn on. Yeah, we should. We'll get it in, man. It was in before. I gotta get, huh? Pull it. Pull it your way. I'm gonna get some shims. That don't work. My boots are there. James is gonna begin tucking it all in. We want to get this thing set to where we can fill it all the way up to at least the steps. And if we have a really good set, we don't have to touch it at all until it's completely full. That's always the goal, but you always got to work the liner, the wrinkles out.
Yeah, right.
Been there, done that, buddy. I know. Okay. That's better. A little shim. I don't even know if you guys can see this, but I won't know until I edit it. Okay. Sometimes it takes 2 people, but this one didn't, so it's always a plus. Oh, look how good that looks, huh? Sometimes you gotta shut it on and off to get this thing. Huh? Don't worry about it now. That thing is sucking so tight. Right down here. Yeah, that's better. Pull a little bit. You can hear it wheezing. James is cooling down. You guys gotta watch, man, this heat go over. You will definitely overheat if you're not careful. Ah, too much of an angle. Sometimes you don't have to do this, you know, sometimes it just fits good, like perfect. I mean, if we stretched it enough, we might be able to get it to hold, but this is sufficient. It's not like really bad to where it really doesn't want to fit. It's still good to where like I'm just barely putting them shims in. Look at that. Look at that, look how tight that is. That's how powerful this fan is. It's just absolutely insane, bonkers. Like you can't, he's having a hard time there because you hardly can do anything with it. So that's why you gotta shut it on and off. I want to shut it off. Come on, little buddy. Get in there. I'm gonna have to shut the fan off. Hey, we have to shut the fan off for a second. Because you're just working too hard for them. And I can't get this in either. There we go. See, he can kick those wrinkles out a lot better. Sucking too hard. It's kind of what we're doing here is we're just working them out. I mean, it's kind of the process. Some of them are harder than the others. This one's kind of being a little difficult today. So that right there, if you can see that, that'll come out in this, with the water. Pushes it right into the wall. I seen one over here. Right here. That'll work out. It just looks like there's bumps, but there's nothing under there. Should be good square all the way around. I don't know. So like I'm not worried about that. So we're gonna fix these wrinkles. And so we can go ahead and set it. That's what I'm trying to say here. Now I don't know how much water we're gonna actually have down in here, so hopefully not too much. Okay, the methods. Alrighty, we're gonna try to find this hole, but normally I can't anyway, so this is what I'm gonna do. Always cut a little line, And then close the blade always. Got a hole here. There's the water. We don't want to cut it short. Okay. Hope this stupid GoPro doesn't shut off in the heat. It's hot, man. So we got that mortar in there, and it is deathly to screws. So we'll just get an 1/8 inch bit. We're just gonna pilot them out. Okay, we go in there. Make sure that seal is clean. Put our seal underneath. Just gonna drill them before. A lot of times you can do them before. I just didn't get to it. Okay. We got our ring here and our other seal. Poke one through. Make sure it's on there, right there. I recommend using a drill for the most part unless you feel comfortable with an impactor. In that case, you can use an impactor. Okay, the seal is lined up underneath. I'll get a far screw over here. Okay. A lot of times, it's not wanting to go in because of that sand. So if there's too much, you know. There's not much water at all. It's gonna come up through the sides here. I'm not really worried about it. Two more here. Okay, got my screwdriver. Just be careful, guys, when you have sharp objects walking down on your liner. Just be cautious of that fact. All right, so we're gonna hand tighten all these. You can hear the crunch in the sand still in there, but we got enough of it. Oh, beautiful. Okay, go ahead, cut our liner. Doesn't have to be perfect. Yeah, let's get it in there. Let's see here. Alrighty, one is done. There we go. Oh, dude. Oh, that's nice. Oh, it's so nice and cold. Woo! Here's the benefits of pool building right here, is you get to get in the pools.
Test it have the product.
Best thing about it.
It holds water.
It holds water, yeah, that's a plus. Underwater shots, baby. Yeah.
You go in the shock, dude.
Dude, just about.
Oh my goodness.
It's a good shot. We're doing product research.
Is this screw untight enough?
It's just gotta work.
See if I can
Well,
get
it
a
holds
screwdriver.
water.
I'll be like, you have to tighten it up.
That's how you do it, boys. Fire department showed up to give us a hand, fill this thing up. Oh, this is the best way to do it right here.
Plenty of time, so we'll try and get however many we can.
Okay.
Hopefully get it filled up.
We might just end up doing like 2 more. Just depends, and then, you know, he might actually have some come to you guys come tomorrow, but I mean, obviously we'll figure that out. I just need to get the lights in, because when we get to a certain level, like the first step, I have to cut in all the returns and the lines and all that. So if that holds us up, then, or if we can do it fast enough, maybe not.
All right, well, we're
Anyway.
gonna leave this piece
Yeah.
here.
We're good. Thanks. So we've got everything for we got everything for everything except for one eyeball we're missing. I'm gonna have Jared pick it up on his way back. Other than that, everything for the skimmer we got. Returns all ready to go. Just one eyeball. Coming over the edge. Look at that, lovely. 3rd truck. Hopefully we'll get it to where we can put these fittings in. I don't know, it's got to push against it, so we'll see. Alright guys, Sabbath, Sweet Sour Owls, we're done for the day. It's almost 6. Stinking late. I'm tired. We've been killing it all day. We're out of here for the day. Couldn't get us enough water. We tried to get it up high enough. It's just not. We need some more room for it to really compress the liner and stretch it down. Last thing we want to do is create holes. So, or when we poke the holes for the screws and it stretches and pulls down, we don't want that. So, but the steps look good, man, huh? Look at that. Looks beautiful. Everything fits perfect. So, we're good there. Everything is installed. All we have to do now is 2 lights, all the fittings, salt, run the equipment. It's done. Jamie's done over there. So, that is it for the day. Check out my mentor program link below where I'm training. Alrighty, everyone, we are filled up. So, I'm going to go over some details. We did kind of skip the process here as far as putting in some fittings, but I'm going to show you guys that. It's pretty simple, mainly due to running the business here. I'm over on another project. Jared had to come here, and we've been juggling pool projects back and forth. But again, that's what the comment sections are for. You just ask some questions. I got also all the information below. You can email me, check out the mentor program. There's tons of ways to get a hold of me and get coaching. So I've got you taken care of. No problem, and let's get into it. Alrighty, so this just turned out amazing, okay? Let me tell you, the steps just look incredible. No wrinkles. It was a little bit, you know, hard as far as the liner was just fit really, really tight. So, you know, actually, I think there is a wrinkle right there in the step, but we'll get that out. It's just fit so well, but it was, like I was saying, it was a little bit tight when we had it and the sun was stretching it out. So that section over there especially was just a little bit finicky, but we got it. And everything else is just detailed. Everything's nice. No more groundwater issues. Any more groundwater that's going to come in, actually, I'm going to check this out. Nope, still dry. Everything's looking good. So, got the diving board installed. The homeowner's doing the rest of the project. They're doing the landscaping. They're doing their own concrete and everything else. Got the deep end ladder installed. So on these skimmers, you know, and lights, it's pretty simple, and you can see Jared had to run 2 lights. I already showed you guys that, but it's just a matter of finding the holes on there, just feeling around. Sometimes I use the Phillips bit, and I'll feel around for the screw, and then you can feel it. It's a big screw, and then I punch the hole with the drill bit, or with the screw bit, and then I will get the hole, the screw through the plate, and then I'll tighten it up. And you just do that all the way, and then you hand tighten the rest with a screwdriver. So it's pretty simple. And then after you get it all tight, then you cut around with a razor blade around the light itself, or the fitting rather, and it's in. I mean, it's that simple. And the same thing with the skimmer. And also we had to wait until the water line was over that first step. That's very important. You want that liner to be stretched on the shallow end, right, as much as possible, because the last thing you want to do is to put all these plates in and then the liner stretches more and pulls that down. That's what you don't want. It's possible, not like it's, you know, susceptible to happen every time. It's not like it would happen if you did it every time, but it's definitely possible, and you can see how tight the liner is down there. So you want that to be there. The skimmer is pretty much the same thing. We have 2 seals. We could probably need to trim that up a little bit, but you know, we find the hole, punch the hole. I always start with the corner, and then I'll put the seal underneath of the liner, and then we put a seal on top of the liner, and then we screw them in, 1 screw, and then we'll find the corner screw, and then you can always like feel it, like it's sticking down just like a little bit here, and then you just find the corner holes, and then you're good to go. Boom, 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 boom. And then you cut it out. Pretty simple, right? But also, I want to mention, you do cut out just a small square, fit the liner, fit the seal in, and you're ready to go. And if the liner might have a tendency to stretch down because you cut it, all you have to do is just pull the liner up, put the screws in. Pretty simple. Not that complicated at all. Same thing with returns. Returns are the exact same. You know, everything's looking good here. You know, we don't use any beading on the back of our steps or on the back, so this bubbles up just a little bit, and that's normal for corners. And that's the way it goes. But we just always found it's better product. Same thing here. The water's pushing. It's just the same cap. It's the same. So I already showed you guys how to do the drains. So that is the complete liner install on this project. This project has come along just so nicely. There's one more part to this series. All right, and we're doing the equipment. Everything's running now, but that's the last part of the series, is getting the equipment running, or at least getting it plumbed up. And then, you know, the electrical work is a whole nother deal. I won't be including that, but the electrical part's pretty straightforward as far as, you know, getting your electrician to do it. And the rest is you can figure out with manuals. It's not that big a deal. The main part is the plumbing, so I'm going to be showing you that. I've got the footage of Jesus doing the plumbing, so I'm going to walk you guys through that on a voiceover. So you're going to want to definitely check that out to wrap this project up and this build series. So thank you guys so much for watching. Check out the mentor program. Check out the rest of the build series if you guys haven't watched them already. Subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in the last part of this build series.